Excellent, thank you. We will now commence hearing. Thank you everyone for your patience while we all battle with traffic. So I welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I would also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. I welcome Minister Victor Dominello and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of customer service and digital government. Before I commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from the Department's website, and transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and your officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Dominello, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I ask each witness in turn to state their full name, position, title and agency and swear either an oath or affirmation, both of which are on the tables in front of you. So I'll begin with my first witness to my left. I think it is you, Ms Tidd.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Can you just...
Elizabeth Tidd, New South Wales Information Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr Wells.
Greg Wells, the Government Chief Information and Digital Officer. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms Hogan.
Emma Hogan, Secretary for the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Rees.
Damon Rees, Chief Executive Officer of Service New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Amanda Young, Acting Chief Operating Officer for the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare that and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
William Murphy, Deputy Secretary, Customer Delivery and Transformation at the Department of Customer Service. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Adam Dent, Chief Executive, State Insurance Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Liz Livingston, CEO of the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. I just would note for the record that Ms Samantha Gavel will be coming to us via WebEx, but she may be a bit late. So when she does appear, we'll stop proceedings and swear her in. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:52 to 12:45 with a 15-minute break at 11. We are joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. And during these sessions there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbenchers members only, but if required an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. I'm looking at Mr Diadam on WebEx to start us off with questions from the opposition.
Chair, can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Well, thank you all for your attendance today. I might start off with the Minister. Can you confirm if any council that adopted the Park and Pay has done so without entering into an agreement with Duncan Solutions?
I can take, I'm not sure, maybe Greg Wells. I know a number of councils have come on board, Ryde Council, Burwood, a number of them have come on board, but I'll check with Mr Wells in relation to the agreement.
Yeah, thanks, Minister.
Question specifically relates to Duncan Solutions.
Yeah.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Mr. D'Adam. So I think it's important to distinguish Duncan is one of a number of infrastructure providers that Park and Pay uses to accept information to put a single view of parking in front of a customer. We work with any infrastructure provider that is happy to work with us. There are currently 8 other infrastructure providers, whether they be providing real-time information, they run parking stations. So there's 8 different providers, Mr. D'Adam, that I can list or take on notice and provide to you that we work with in addition to Duncan Solutions.
Mr. Wells, can you clarify then? I've asked specifically about whether councils who've signed up for Park and Pay, whether any of those have not been required to sign on with Duncan Solutions.
Yeah, correct, Mr. D'Adam. There are a number of councils that don't use Duncan infrastructure.
Can you name them?
Northern Beaches, Mossman would be 2 that I have.
So who are the infrastructure providers for those 2?
Can I take that on notice and come back to you? But to list some of the other infrastructure providers: Smart Parking in Mossman, so we have that one. Sorry, Frog Parking in the Central Coast, Charge Fox, which provides electronic vehicle charging across Sydney, Parkhound for driveway rentals, Park Agility, a number of others. So happy to provide those 8 providers to you.
Thank you. So can you just restate who the Mossman Council provider is?
Yeah, Mossman use Smart Parking for parking space availability.
Right, and okay. So can you perhaps elaborate on the nature of the service that's being provided in that circumstance? You talked about a number of infrastructure providers. In terms of the Mossman Council, can you perhaps explain what Smart Park, is that what you said?
Yeah, Smart Parking. So, Mr. D'Adam, again, what we use Duncan Solutions for, and it's probably important to distinguish because we've covered this before. Duncan, we play no part in a council's choice of infrastructure. What Park and Pay does is aggregates information to give a customer a single view of parking. So what we use Duncan for is for a payment gateway and an API, a technical interface to capture that information. So that's how we use Duncan Solutions. Councils, as we've talked about previously, conduct their own procurement for parking meter infrastructure, for how they aggregate their own availability, for the sensors they use. So all the infrastructure at a council level is for them to procure, and we aggregate that, as I said, into the Park and Pay app.
And so in terms of can you perhaps elaborate on the relationship between the service that's provided by Duncan Solutions and how that interfaces with the council's infrastructure?
Yeah, so the councils, whoever their infrastructure provider is, sends that information technically to the payment gateway that we use. And that's the way we capture that information. So again, we've designed that to be technically agnostic. So whatever solutions anyone wants to provide, whether that's on-street parking spaces, hospitals, national parks, whatever anyone wants to do in terms of their parking infrastructure, we've designed Park and Pay to be able to capture that information and display it on Park and Pay. So it's, for a customer, one place to go, one view of availability, and an easy way to pay for that parking.
So, for example, commuter car parking in West Ryde. Yeah, so for example, commuter car parking in West Ryde, Mr. D'Adam, when I was the Minister for Innovation, I remember talking to people about this, and it was a perennial problem because about 40%, as you know, of traffic is caused by people just going around and around and around, like George Costanza waiting for that magic car spot. If they had the visibility in one aggregated app, which is an open source app, mind you, so i.e. we open it up like we do with Fuel Check, so other people can use it, then we are truly putting the customer first, rather than you or I downloading 20 different council apps between Parramatta and the city just to find a parking spot in different locations. So it is a data aggregation piece to make sure that we're putting people, the customer, first. So happy to take any more questions about it, but every time I ask people about this, they are universally wanting this to be adopted right across the board. And so far, a number of councils have adopted.
Does that mean that the gateway applies irrespective? So every council effectively uses Duncan Solutions because they're all going through that payment gateway?
Not to my knowledge, as well.
So again, Mr. Dadham, our solution uses at the moment a Duncan payment gateway, but it's a software solution that's part of our side of the interaction. And again, that's councils choose their infrastructure, go to market for their infrastructure, their providers, and they do that themselves. We play no part in that.
Yes, I understand that, but as you said, Mr. Wells, there's a range of infrastructure elements to this equation. One is the payment gateway, and that seems to be exclusively Duncan Solutions. Is that a correct characterisation?
So when we built the Park and Pay app, that's the solution we use for payments.
And the reason being is because we did a pilot in the rocks, and Duncan Solutions had the meters in the rocks. So to do the pilot there, but again, that contract will come up in the usual course for tender, and we'll go through the usual process.
Yeah, it is worth pointing out, Mr. Dadham.
Fair to say, as you scaled up, isn't it fair to say, as you scaled up, that Duncan Solutions has become the sort of default as a result of scaling up, and so there's a sort of an element of path dependence there, isn't there, Minister?
No, I disagree with that. And Mr. Wells will answer this as well. We will open that up for tender as we normally would when that contract expires. You've seen my position in relation to interoperability and PEXTRA and the like. I am all for competition, and we will make sure that occurs, and that's why we've designed it in this way. But we had to start the ball rolling in the rocks. Otherwise, we'd be in the same old system where people come last and all the parking app providers come first. We're trying to put people first.
Yeah. But now you've scaled up the provision of Park and Pay, Minister, haven't you? It's well beyond the rocks, and so there's a lot more players involved in terms of councils.
Yeah, and we're in.
Duncan Solutions is still there.
For the period of their contract. Yeah.
How long is the contract, Minister?
Yeah, Mr. Dadham, can I clarify? We did go through a procurement process to procure that procurement gateway. As the Minister said, that's a contract that's in place, and it's shortly coming up for renewal. So we'll assess our options at that point.
Was that a result of direct dealing?
It was, yes.
Yeah, so it wasn't a fully open procurement process, was it, Mr. Wells?
It was a procurement process.
Characterise it in that way.
It was a procurement process that we've had independent assurance across, which confirmed that we followed all procurement processes.
So, irrespective of that, the nature of the procurement process that you adopted has put Duncan Solutions in a privileged position in terms of contract renewal, hasn't it?
No, I wouldn't characterise it that way.
Can I ask about the remuneration model under the contract with Duncan Solutions? How does that operate, Mr. Wells?
So there's a fixed element which related to building the technical interfaces that I talked about. There is some tiering based on number of meters adopted, just to make sure that support and technical response can be put in place.
So the more councils, the more meters, the more lucrative the contract becomes for Duncan Solutions. Is that correct?
There's a very small tiering based on the number of meters that are adopted.
Very small. What's very small? How would you characterise that?
Look, I'll get the contract and happy to provide that tiering on notice, but I think I'll provide that on notice, Mr. Dadham.
Can you explain to the committee the arrangements relating to intellectual property? So Duncan Solutions have done development work in collaboration with a team in customer service. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And so there's been a sharing of intellectual property between customer service and Duncan Solutions?
Look, I'd take that on notice and come back to you in terms of where that IP sits. The government's position always is that IP rests with us because we've built that solution with them, but let me confirm that in this contract specifically and come back on notice.
Right, so if you could on notice, just confirm whether Duncan Solution has any enduring ownership over any of the IP that's arisen out of the development of the Park and Pay.
Yeah, I'll do that. Look, and again, to clarify, we've built this technically agnostic, meaning that any provider can plug in if they have the capability to do so, and that we're able to work with any infrastructure provider across the state.
And just to give you some more context, Mr. Diadam, like we've got 100,000 people have downloaded Park and Pay already, 93% thumbs up, as you'd expect, because it's putting people first rather than vested interest first. And then in relation to the daily use, I've got, where are we up to? The daily transactions is 216,000. So you can see that the people of New South Wales are rapidly embracing this because, it puts them first rather than vested interest first. We're trying to work with a public interest, not vested interest.
Well, I mean, when we turn to the issue of public interest, I mean, there's many dimensions to that. And one is that to ensure that particular providers aren't given the inside running on what will turn out to be quite a lucrative contract.
But as Mr. Wells has said, Mr. Adam, the Probity has been, there's been a Probity assurance go over it. There is a contract renewal that's coming up to tender, so that goes again to open tender again. We are putting public interest ahead of vested interest in this parking solution. And this is a parking solution that, quite frankly, other smart cities around the world have adopted. And they've got their same issues. So I just can't see how anybody in a public interest role would be trying to put people second and vested interest first.
I might turn to that Probity issue, Minister. So you say that there was a Probity assurance exercise undertaken. Is that the one that was undertaken by O'Connor Marsden?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
And Minister, is it correct that your cousin works for O'Connor Marsden?
I have no idea. Who are you talking about?
Beth Dominello?
I have no idea where she works.
Well, I put it to you that she works for O'Connor Marsden.
Well,
is that something that's been...
I honestly don't know. I wouldn't know.
Do you think it's a problem that that your cousin works for the company that was chosen to conduct the property?
I don't know.
I'm not making any suggestions or imputations, Minister.
I
perceptions.
don't. Well, I don't know where she works. So if you're telling me she works there, so be it. B, are you suggesting that they compromised, or I don't even know what position she holds there, if she does work there? Are you saying that that she or the company is compromised? Are you suggesting?
No, I'm saying that that in terms of engaging a Probity advisor.
Yeah.
Not only do you have to ensure that the exercise is above reproach, but you also have to avoid the perception of conflict. Surely you agree with that, Minister, don't you?
I absolutely agree, but there is zero conflict. There is zero conflict. And, the only conflict that I see out of all this is you asking questions on behalf of vested interests.
Well, I'm not asking questions on behalf of anyone other than the public.
Well,
trying to bring some transparency here, Minister. That's appropriate?
No, I think it is entirely appropriate. But the public interest here is served by putting people first, not corporations first. And that's what we've done with Park and Pay. We're making it simple for people to use. And again, in terms of the Probity, Mr. Wells has indicated there has been a check on that. We are going to open tender when the contract expires. And the Probity is appointed by the Department of Customer Service, not me. I had no idea.
Isn't it fair to say that Duncan Solutions have been given a very advantageous opportunity in relation to the way this park and pay process has been scaled up?
Well, somebody had to start the process. We started at the Rocks because that is property that the government owns. And as it turns out, Duncan Solutions, to the best of my knowledge, or recollection at least, they occupy 70% of the market. So we had to start somewhere. Otherwise, Mr. D'Adam, we would see people downloading 30 different parking apps just to get around our great state. It's insane. So we had to start
Once
somewhere.
the trial was done, Minister, shouldn't the procurement process have been opened up at that stage?
Oh, look, those issues are a matter for the agency. I'll leave that to Greg Wells. But
The Minister, you should have had some
yeah,
involvement in that
absolutely.
process.
Yeah. My involvement, my job fundamentally is to set the vision as the Minister for Customer Service, and the vision was very clear. As NRMA have indicated, over 30% to 40% of traffic congestion in Sydney, which costs, when they did the report, something in the order of $7 billion. Call it, by now it's probably close to $9. So about $3 billion a year in traffic congestion caused by people looking for parking spots.
I don't think there's any contest here, Minister, about the merits of having a parking solution. The question is about the process that's been undertaken by you.
The process
in terms of constructing this
Mr. D'Adam,
offering, and the advantages that are conferred on a particular business.
Well,
namely Duncan
Mr.
Solutions.
D'Adam, I have no involvement in relation to that. That is arm's length, and that is something for the agency to answer, and they have.
Have Duncan Solutions had any contract extensions, Mr. Wells?
No, so the original contract is still in place. As I said before, that comes up for renewal soon. So at that point, we'll consider our options.
So there's been no request and no consideration of contract extensions for Duncan Solutions?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. D'Adam.
Can I ask, Minister, have you lobbied any mayors or councillors or council officials to adopt park and pay?
Publicly, I've gone out there publicly and said, please put people first. Please adopt park and pay. Absolutely. Because the beauty with park and pay is that we open up the data as well, so that, like Fuel Check in terms of the data architecture, other people can use it. Other startups can use it. Absolutely, and I'll continue to advocate for it. I actually did a symposium with the Telegraph about it, and a number of advocates were backing us in. NRMA backs it in, Mr. D'Adam. Council for Disabilities backs it in, Mr. D'Adam. There's a whole lot of business council.
Minister?
Yeah, I think.
Do you have any involvement in Ride Council's decision around park and pay?
Not directly, other than me urging more broadly and publicly. But I think.
Did you lobby Jordan Lane to move a council motion to adopt park and pay?
I would have been very public in my application across the board.
Do you think it's a problem that that Ride Council?
I think
considering an alternative proposition, and you've.
Well, I think Ride Council adopted it when there was a Labor mayor, Mr. D'Adam.
Well, my understanding is that Mr. Lane was responsible for.
But the Labor mayor, it was a Labor mayor that was in control of the council, and my understanding.
The question is, has your office, and you in particular, exceeded your, I suppose, your proper responsibilities?
I have not shied away in
council's procurement process.
I have not shied away in my public advocacy for putting people first. Absolutely not.
Boundaries out there, Minister.
And Ride Council, under a Labor mayor, signed off on it, not me. They did, and I congratulate them.
In their procurement processes?
Are you suggesting I interfered in Ride Council's procurement process? Are you seriously? Are you seriously suggesting that?
Mr. D'Adam, you'll have to pit this up. You may not have heard the bell over WebEx. I'll have to throw to the Deputy Chair.
I'll pick it up.
Oh, please do. Please do.
Thank you, Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
I understand that you're the Minister responsible for the GIPA Act, together with the Attorney-General, is that correct?
Yeah, we share joint responsibility.
Thank you. Are you aware that there was a recommendation in the Select Committee on Animal Cruelty Laws in New South Wales that the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League be made subject to GIPA requests, given they perform a public function of enforcing animal cruelty laws?
No, I'm not aware, no.
Is that an amendment that you'd be open to introducing to increase transparency and accountability? And I also note that the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League said that they were not opposed to that change.
I'd be very sympathetic towards it, but it's something I'd have to raise with the Attorney-General.
Is it something that you're open to meet outside budget estimates to talk about further?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. In May 2021, you announced a $2 million rebuild of the New South Wales Companion Animal Registry. Are you able to provide an update on where this work is up to?
I can't provide, maybe somebody else can. Can I take that on notice? And I'm happy to brief you independently outside.
Do you know anything about that project? Are you aware of what sort of improvements are going to be made on the registry?
I vaguely remember it, Ms Hurst, but there's just so much on the boil at the moment. But I do vaguely remember it, and I apologise, it should be front and centre.
Are you aware of the timeline around that? I mean, is it up and running? Is it happening now, or is it something that's delayed?
No, I just don't have any detail around that specifically. But I do know, as I said, we've got the Digital Restart Fund. I don't recall whether it was part of that first tranche, but there is just so many projects running through that. But I'm happy to brief you independently about that.
Okay. You'd be aware that the Minister for Local Government has announced a review into animal rehoming practices. So that obviously ties in with the Companion Animal Registry and any changes. Will you be working closely with the Minister for Local Government on the registry upgrade?
Yes. Is that what people colloquially refer to as the pet registry?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. I remember doing a social media post on it about a year ago, so I should find out where that's up to.
One piece of feedback that I've had strongly from rescue groups, and by rescue groups, I guess there's kind of sort of two different sets. There's the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League, who are enforcement agencies, and then you've got, these smaller rescue organisations like Maggie's Rescue, Monica's Rescue. They would like access to the pet registry to check microchip details, update details when animals are being rehomed. Is that something that's being considered or built in as part of the registry update?
I'm not sure, but that makes a lot of sense to me. And again, what I'll do, Ms Hurst, is after estimates, I'll organise a time for you, me, and the relevant stakeholders to catch up to find out where it's up to, and to make sure that all the questions that you're asking are considered, because they make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
Ms Hurst, I think there is something in the Digital Restart Fund from a while back, so we'll have a look at it and come back to you after the break.
Great, thank you so much for that.
It was one of the first things I remember in the DRF, yeah.
Do you know if any of those rescue groups had been consulted on the redesign at all?
I'm not aware, sorry, Ms Hurst, there's just so many things on the boil at the moment, but I'll find out.
If you could take that on notice,
100%.
and then we'll continue to talk about it outside of budget estimates.
Definitely.
I also understand that the Service New South Wales facility in Lismore was flooded. How have services been impacted in Lismore? Is there a contingency or recovery plan so that locals are still able to access support through Service New South Wales?
Mr. Joyce, yep.
Yeah, so Service New South Wales operates 4 mobile service centres. So we had one of those mobile service centres in place in Lismore from Monday. Mobile service centres can conduct the full range of customer services, albeit not at the volume that Lismore would typically deal with day by day. Service New South Wales, along with other agencies, are also staffing the various recovery centres that are supporting the northern regions.
Thank you. And Minister, what's your advice to locals who have lost everything in the floods? So if they've lost identification records like driver's licences, birth records, marriage certificates, how can Service New South Wales assist them going forward?
Well, firstly, Ms Hurst, I was speaking to the Premier yesterday, and it's just, as he said, there's not enough words to describe what's happening up in the Northern Rivers, and my deep sympathies go to all those affected. The best thing that we can do through service is obviously try and get people back on their feet as soon as possible, and whether it's a fire that burns things or floods that destroy things, those identity documents are often the things that get destroyed straight away. So, as Mr. Rees has said, we've got 2 mobile buses turning up there, I think, today, and there's the evacuation centres there. We'll have staff there, about 4 to 5 staff, at the 2 evacuation centres, the main centres, and in the mobile buses. So, people are encouraged to go there. They can always call service 137788, but, people at the moment, there's a lot of people there. For example, Ms. Cusack called me yesterday and said that telecommunications are down. Their only access point is to go to one of those centres or a mobile bus, and we'll have those mobile facilities there.
Just out of curiosity, how many mobile bus units like that are there in New South Wales?
4.
4. Thank you. Digital photo ID cards have been on trial since August 2021 in Western Sydney and the Blue Mountains. Are there plans to expand that trial to make this available statewide?
Ideally, but maybe, Mr. Rees, do you want to give an update on where the trial's up?
Yeah, we'd certainly like to do that. The feedback from the trial's been excellent. The final issue that we're working through with police and transport is just how to apply sort of the confiscation element that can typically be done easily with a plastic licence. What is the digital equivalent of that experience? We just need to resolve that between Transport, Police and Service New South Wales to give us a pathway to move forward and make that available for everybody.
And do we have a timeline for expanding that out?
We'll have a timeline shortly. We're still finalising the approach with Transport and Police. Once that approach is agreed, then we'll have a clear timeline we can share.
Thank you. Minister, Service New South Wales physical offices are open in light of the average person's working day, extremely limited hours, 9 to 5 on weekdays and 8:30 to 12 on Saturdays. Given the number of services that are only accessible by going into a physical location, are there plans for, is there room in the budget to expand Service New South Wales opening hours?
Yeah, absolutely. So look, we can certainly, our goal is to make it as easy as possible for customers to access those services. We have had to adapt our operating hours over the last couple of years, particularly through COVID. We've tuned operating hours to try and make sure we've got as many people available to serve customers at the, aligning with the times that that demand is strongest for customers, and that has seen us in some cases reduce operating hours in order to give the overall best level of service we can. We continually review that for changing patterns around customer demand, and that's something that we'll look to make changes if we see that there's a significant misalignment between when customers need us to be available and our current hours.
So is there currently a review happening at the moment? Is that?
No, we don't have a specific review in place. We've got hours that are established and applied consistently across different categories of service centres, but we do tune hours across different channels on a fairly regular basis. Probably a good example would be the accessibility of our contact centre. So the hours of operation through weekends were changed just over the weekend to provide stronger coverage for flood-impacted communities.
And is there going to be more efforts to sort of put more and more services online so that people don't actually have to get to a physical location, or have we kind of reached the ceiling on what we can put online?
No, we're continuously moving more services online. Most new things we do are delivered both online and made available for customers that need to access them face-to-face through our service centres or mobile service centres or by phone. Government does have a long history of other services, and they're progressively being made available online where they're not currently. Some of those are things that we can do quite quickly and easily. Some of them have dependencies on aged pieces of technology in different partner agencies, and so the timeline typically reflects that.
And so can we expect, based on what you were sort of saying before, can we expect there to be some changes in the hours going forward for certain service centres?
We don't have any immediate plans to change the hours, but we do review that. Continuously.
Thank you. Minister, from 18th of February 2022, QR check-ins are no longer required except in a limited number of venues. Are venues able to continue to use QR codes on a voluntary basis?
Pursuant to public health orders, they're not required anymore. I'm not sure what the position is in terms of voluntary.
So they're not required. The solution will still work and support them if they choose to keep it in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just pick up on one of Ms Hurst's questions, particularly around people in Lismore and other areas that have suffered through these floods. Are you prepared to waive fees for those people to recover those documents that may have normally attracted a fee?
We'll work with Treasury and Premier's Office in relation to a comprehensive package of what we're doing. So hopefully the government will have something to say very shortly on that, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Can I add to that? Minister? In relation to the documents that Ms Hurst referred to, birth certificates, marriage certificates and those sorts of things, New South Wales Birth, Deaths and Marriages Registry, which all of its services are available via Service New South Wales, provides recovered documents for no charge.
Okay.
That organisation also works with all Australian states, territories and New Zealand to recover documents from those jurisdictions as well. So any customers who've lost those kind of documents in these floods should contact Service New South Wales or Birth, Deaths and Marriages and can get all of that those documents recovered for free.
Okay. Thank you. That's good information. Minister, I'll just turn to your interoperability bill.
Interoperability.
Yeah,
it's almost as hard to say as metaverse.
Yeah.
And non-fungible tokens.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister. You talked about increasing competition, and obviously competition, I think we can all agree, is good.
Yeah, competition.
Yeah, Minister, why do you support a monopoly in land registry services then, given that we've got multiple private registry operators in Australia? Why can't they interoperate?
Oh, well, that's a question for Treasury. That was a model that was brought in place about 2 or 3 years ago. It went through both houses of the Parliament, and yeah.
So you, as Minister for Digital Government Customer Service, you'd have no issues with that being moved to a similar model?
Look, conceptually, I can see how that could have been opened up, but again, I wasn't privy to the discussions at the time in terms of the technology and the systems in place. Obviously, there's been a fair bit of maturity since then.
Sure. Given that we've got experienced Commonwealth financial regulators, including Treasury, ACCC, ASIC, RBA, they've all decided against interoperability for the Australian Stock Exchange, basically saying that it's too risky for shareholders. I'm interested in terms of what evidence you've used to determine that it's safe for mum and dad property owners.
Oh, well, on our side, on the side of the ledger for Angels, we got the ACCC. So they're a very big advocate for interoperability, trying to protect mum and dad property owners. You got the lawyers. Again, they're strongly advocating for mum and dad property owners and believe in competition. You got the Australian Banking Association supporting it. You've got, indeed, all other states and territories, both Labor, Liberal, i.e. Across the political spectrum, supporting it. So it's not just a one-man show here in New South Wales. There is broad support for interoperability because it provides more competition and therefore ultimately better service delivery and downward pressure on prices for mum and dads.
We might agree that there's broad support for the concept.
Yeah.
But would you agree that there is some concern from some of those groups that you mentioned, like the Law Council, the Bankers Association, in terms of your specific model for interoperability?
No, the RNEC is the peak body, basically of registrars that oversee this. And they are working through with PEXA in terms of what of a pathway forward. The concern at the moment, as addressed by the ACCC, is that if PEXA obviously want to back in their vested interest, and again, this goes to Mr. D'Adam's point, my job is not to look after vested interest. My job is to look after the public interest. And the public interest here is absolutely served by an interoperable model in the same way that the ACCC and all the other key stakeholders have advocated for. Could you imagine a world where there was only Telstra providing mobile services, no Optus, no Vodafone, nothing else?
Already lived through it.
Yeah, and it's not good. So we where possible, I believe that competition is absolutely the best model forward, because when you have healthy competition in a transparent marketplace, which you can get with digital, then you don't need as much regulation.
So we talked about vested interest. Minister, are you aware that the other competitor in the market, and they are actually in the market, they are able to perform this role right now without the legislation, let's be clear, they're partly owned by the Australian Stock Exchange, and another 50% is owned by one of Australia's richest men, who actually, his company dominates property title reselling and legal practice management software. So one might say that you're actually creating a duopoly like we have in our supermarket system, where there's an element of competition, but really it's more collusion at the detriment to the consumer.
Well, at the moment, Mr. Chair, there is an absolute monopoly, and in that absolute monopoly, the shareholders of that monopoly are getting a very, very good dividend, thank you very much, and the executive of that monopoly get a very good pay packet. What I'm trying to do is create a competitive marketplace. And again, I'm not Robinson Crusoe in this. I stand on the side of angels with the ACCC. If the ACCC thinks this is the right way forward, then I can sleep very easily at night knowing that we're doing the right thing by the public.
Given that you've had other digital implementation failures, including severe cyber exposures and privacy breaches where thousands of firearm owners' personal details have been made public, what guarantee can you give as Minister that those sort of details of homeowners won't be leaked? Through this?
I look at the numerous independent reports that speak to what the government has achieved over the years in terms of digital, and you'd be pleased to know, or maybe you won't be pleased to know, that New South Wales is consistently not number 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, 7, 8 or 9. We're number 1. We've been number 1 in terms of digital transformation from at least 2016. Number 1 in the country.
And what does that entail? Does that include cyber security?
Absolutely. In fact, it
doesn't say much for the other ones in the list, does it?
What it says is that cyber security is a really complex, challenging issue with seriously sophisticated actors, both state and otherwise, that are constantly evolving. It is a threat. This is a war, literally, that we're battling behind the scenes 24/7. And it's not just our government, every government. So that's why we've had a record investment spend of $260 in the first tranche of Digital Restart Fund, and then another $60 in the second. So up to $310 million. So we are leading the country in terms of spend and capability. And can I say, we have to. We are so far ahead of the other states and jurisdictions, but we need to be, because that's where the real flashpoint is in terms of the dynamics of the world. Make no mistake about it. That's where the constant war is.
The Australian Institute of Conveyancers has foreshadowed a fairly terrifying prospect of home buyers and sellers being stuck on footpaths with all their belongings waiting for technical fixes between the LNOs and registries to be resolved.
Yeah.
What guarantee are you going to give that that won't happen? And what evidence are you basing that on?
Well, again, I'm not the technical expert.
Well, is there a technical expert here that's working on this project that can talk to us?
I'll answer it. I'm not the technical expert that is part of the working group, which is picked by ARNEC, that has industry submissions from not just the conveyancers, but the lawyers that do the bulk of conveyancing. I used to be a lawyer, and the bulk of conveyancing is done by lawyers. Conveyancers do a bit, but lawyers do the bulk. And the Banking Association and everybody else. Again, if all of these stakeholders, all of them, are lined up saying, please introduce competition, it's a pretty compelling argument to do it.
No one's denying the argument to do it, but more the technical security and expertise that we need to work through.
Again, the ACCC and all the other stakeholders are confident that those technical challenges can be overcome.
I will probably pick this up a bit more, but I'll pass to Mr. D'Adam, but also note, Mr. D'Adam, Mr. Primrose has now entered the building. So.
Well, look, I'll start off just on that PEXA question. Minister, did Beth Dominello ever lobby you about the PEXA issue?
No. Absolutely.
Never had a conversation with her about...
Zero.
Never had a conversation with her about it?
Not even a whisper. Nothing. Zero. Can I be more emphatic? Nada.
No, I don't.
Nicio. Niente. Nothing.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can I ask you about whether the Digital Restart Fund is being used for Park and Pay?
Not to my knowledge. Oh, there is. I'll let Greg. There's so much going through DRFSL. Greg will know.
Yeah, Mr. D'Adam, Park and Pay was one of the programs prioritised in the fund, so we go through a pretty extensive eligibility and prioritisation process to ensure that projects that are put up the cluster's priority, the whole of government priorities, and are eligible for the fund. So Park and Pay has been one of those programs that has been eligible, and through that process that's been, rigorously signed off by the steering committee, put to cabinet for endorsement, etc. So yeah, it is one of those programs.
Thank you. Minister, given that Park and Pay directly relates to the operation of local government, and Park and Pay projects under your own criteria aren't to apply to local government, how do you reconcile the use of those funds that are clearly contrary to your own guidelines?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I'm looking at a document from the customer service website. It talks about projects that will not be considered for funding under Digital Restart, and one of those are projects that involve local government. Park and Pay involves local government, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it's clearly not eligible then for access to funds under Digital Restart. Is that correct?
There's a Smart Places Fund in Digital Restart. So I think from memory we've allocated $45 million as part of the $2.1 billion record investment into digital. So it's about 45 into Smart Places, so it's coming out of that. Because we're trying to make the city smart, our state smart.
Greg can probably...
You're aware of the guidelines, though, for Digital Restart Fund?
Yeah, but equally, I've just answered the question. This is coming out of Smart Places, but Mr. Wells can answer that.
So, Minister's correct. Out of the $2.1 billion investment in Digital Restart, there's some specific allocations, one for cybersecurity and one for Smart Places, and the guidelines that relate to Smart Places, Mr. D'Adam, contemplate councils and government and other people working together to produce solutions, and that's exactly where Park and Pay fits.
Can you table to the committee the guidelines for both of those programs?
Yeah, I think that they may be publicly available, Mr. D'Adam, but I'll check, and if not, we'll make that available.
Thank you. Coming back to Right Council, Minister, can you...
Good that we got a good mayor, aren't you pleased? He loves the metaverse as well, Mr. Lane.
Can you perhaps outline your involvement and your office's involvement in the process of lobbying Right Council around the adoption of Park and Pay?
Oh, well, all I can say is I was very shy about this time last year, or maybe 18 months ago. I was very shy, and I tried to make sure that no one in the public knew about my advocacy of Park and Pay, because what I did is I approached the Telegraph and said, could we do a symposium? Could you?
You're under oath, Minister. So
I'm being honest. I'm being honest. That's what we did. We were very. We were. Well, I find it extraordinary that in a position of I'm here pushing for public interest, not vested interest. But anyway, so yes, I have absolutely, unashamedly, every time I see
my question relates to Ride Council and specifically the involvement of you and your office.
Yeah.
In the decision of Ride Council to adopt Park and Pay.
The decision, I have no idea of how Ride Council decided upon it. I wasn't in the chamber. I know that the mayor...
Were there any interactions between you or your office and members of Ride Council in relation to the adoption of the Park and Pay by Ride Council?
The only thing I can remember from me is I would have spoken to Jordan and a number of the other councillors saying, look, the state government's doing all these amazing things with technology, whether it's e-planning, Park and Pay, whatever it is. You should go and agitate for this, because that way you're putting people first rather than vested interest first. He put up a motion, as you said. The mayor at the time was a Labor mayor, and the motion was approved. And congratulations to the Labor mayor for doing it.
And my question is, what role did your office play? And you still haven't actually...
Well, I've told you what I've played.
Can you speak to Jordan Lane?
Yeah, I would have spoken to Jordan Lane, absolutely. I've spoken to a number of councillors and mayors right across the board. I've spoken to Clover Moore, spoken to Ned Manoon.
Is it appropriate for you and your office to be involved in the weeds of council by council consideration of a procurement decision?
I have no concern at all putting public interest ahead of vested interest. And I absolutely firmly believe that this is a public interest proposal.
Are you satisfied with the take-up of Park and Pay by councils, Minister?
It's been a slow burn, but as I said, there's been a number already on board so far. Liverpool Council, and I think at the time it was it was a Labor mayor at the time, and credit to her, she came on board really fast. Hunters Hill Council, Central Coast, Burwood, Mossman, Port Stephens, they're doing a great job. You should have a look at the Park and Pay at Port Stephens. They've digitised a lot of stuff, so credit to them.
Do councils perhaps need a nudge?
Willoughby, you asked me the question, I'm going to answer it.
Something you're contemplating?
I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer it in your world or mine. Willoughby, Central Coast, Northern Beaches, Cumberland, Armidale, National Parks, actually 18,000 driveways, spots via Parkhound, which is great. EV charging, I assume you like EV charging. They're through ChargeBox.
Minister, can I just clarify?
Transport for New South Wales, they've got car parks in Ashfield.
Are you satisfied with the progress?
I've answered the question. It's been a slow burn, but we're building momentum.
Are you considering legislating to force councils to...
No, we're working with councils to come on board, and as I've already indicated, a number of councils and large councils have come on board, with more in the pipeline. So we're continuing to work with that.
You don't think they're just ruling out legislation then to force councils to adopt Park and Pay?
I am ruling in working constructively with the local government sector to bring more on board and let the momentum continue. And the momentum is on our side. Absolutely.
So
it's on the side of the...
prepared to be patient rather than force the pace with legislation, Minister?
Well, momentum is on the side of the customer here. It's on the side of the people. This is people power in operation. Because again, I back people power over vested interests every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
I'm going to hand to my colleague, Honorable Peter Primrose now.
Thank you. Morning, Minister.
Good morning, Mr. Primrose.
Look, I've got a whole range of questions here, but I'm finding this Park and Pay issue very interesting. And what I'd like to do is maybe just follow it up with a couple of questions.
by all means.
And thanks to my colleague for raising it. Let's have a look at a specific project funded from your Digital Restart Fund.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, in a PDF document from digitalnewsouthwales.gov.au titled Projects
I don't
that...
like PDF documents.
Sorry?
I don't like PDF documents.
Oh, well, sad about that. You should raise it with your department.
I will.
Projects that receive payments, I in fact love them. Projects that receive payments
you're
from the
party
Digital
to the
Restart
T-card.
Fund in financial year 2021, that the Park and Pay project is listed as having a total project budget is $1.8 million. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry,
Too busy sledging you.
Oh, no.
No,
sorry.
I was just coughing.
I didn't hear the sledging. I was
talking
just
about
heard
Park and Pay.
disparaging of his department.
I love
in a
my
PDF
department.
document
Best
from
department in the country.
digitalnewsouthwales.gov.au, PDF,
I love my
and it's
department.
entitled Projects that Receive Payments from the Digital Restart Fund in financial year 2021. And it stated that the Park and Pay project has a total project budget of $1.8 million.
Right.
That's correct, isn't it?
Mr. Wells?
I can confirm that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Now, can I also confirm that your department's the responsible agency to deliver this project?
Correct.
Correct, thank you. And I would also like to confirm that the full $1.8 million has been released from the fund?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. And that's because the project's been completed.
So, Mr. Primrose, in terms of the way Digital Restart Fund works, if I could just explain that quickly, it typically invests in tranches of funding and makes sure that tranches deliver on the outcomes they state from at the outset. So that phase of funding for the Park and Pay program, yes, has been completed successfully, and there could be subsequent phases, there could be for all of the programs in this annual report that you're referencing.
Okay. And it was completed in September 2021, this budget year?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So, Minister, can I then ask, if I go through the infrastructure budget papers from this year and last year, I can't find the project. Can you tell me where it is?
Maybe Mr. Wells?
Can you please clarify infrastructure budget papers to where you're from?
Well, it's a budget paper that's called Infrastructure Statement Budget Paper number 3. It's part of the budget papers. I'm sure you've got copies there on the table, given as budget estimates. I can give you the reference. It's paper 5.5, gives a full list, page 5-5 of capital infrastructure projects in the Department of Customer Service.
I'll need to confirm and check whether there's thresholds there that make that budget paper, or whether digital in general is reflected in those infrastructure budget papers. So could I, if that's okay, take that on notice and work out where that will be listed.
Thank you.
Mr. Primrose,
Please.
this is our annual report for Digital Restart Fund, which is as you said on our website.
Thank you. I appreciate, and I've read it. What I'm trying to work out, given its budget estimates. Now, if you open your budget papers, can I just get you to do that for me? The infrastructure budget, paper number 3.
I don't have that with me, sorry.
Sorry?
If you proceed with the question, I'll make sure we'll find the answer.
It's budget estimates.
We rarely get questions on budgets.
That's a very good point.
That's very rarely. Well,
I've been here for 10 years and I rarely get a question in budget estimates, Mr. Primrose.
then obviously you haven't appeared before me before, Minister.
I have about 3 or 4 times.
Excellent. Well, then you'd be well aware that I always ask questions on budgets.
Congratulations.
And so you've come here to budget estimates without a copy of the budget papers. That's correct, isn't it?
I can access them. So if there's a question, I'll see what we can.
We've got internet. We can access it online.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Budget paper number 3, page 5-5, lists
I think the metaverse
full list
is
of
in the
capital
internet.
infrastructure projects in the Department of Customer Service.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you have it?
I'm just waiting for the question. Yeah.
Do you have it? That's the question.
We'll access it, yeah.
Maybe I'll come back to this if you can't maybe your system's a bit slow today.
Can I answer a question previously from Mr. Diadam?
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Primrose. I appreciate that. So apparently on the 27th of October 2020, the Labor Mayor and the rest of Labor unanimously voted to commend the New South Wales Government on the delivery of Park and Pay and to formally subscribe Ryde Council to Park and Pay. And that was well before the current Mayor's term. It was unanimous.
Thank you. Mr. Primrose, do you want to continue with
I'm
your
just
question?
waiting
You've got
to see whether-
about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully it won't take 5 minutes for them to find the budget paper.
Can I show you Park and Pay on my app whilst he's getting that? It's really good.
I think we're...
Is it?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Well, I could actually show you.
Parking in here, Mr.
Maybe I should show the Minister
Dominello?
a copy of the budget paper.
Yeah, why don't you? Why don't you show me?
Oh, they're here,
Yeah.
Minister.
Surely there's an app.
Maybe I should make
Surely there's an app for that,
copy available.
Minister Dominello.
I love you know much. I love paper.
Okay, look, let's take it for granted that given that I've copied this, I actually do have a copy of the budget papers that I bring to the budget estimates. That what I'm trying to work out is where is this material? Where's this project? I mean, I can't. I go through there and I can't find the project.
We can take it on notice if you want. We can search for it
Minister,
now.
it's not an unreasonable question.
No, and I'm saying we can take it on notice if you want, rather than waste your time. That way you can ask us another 20 questions.
Well, yeah, I'd like an answer to this one.
Yeah, but we can take it on notice.
So you can't, your staff can't answer in relation to a major project?
I back my staff every time. They are doing fantastic. They are leading the world on so many ways.
Maybe you may need to bring a copy of the budget papers yourself
I will
next month.
take that question on notice, Mr. Primrose.
Okay.
Unless Mr. Wells,
So I think in the budget papers we talk about Digital Restart Fund as a whole. We have the papers, Mr. Primrose. So there are over 180 projects that have been approved through the fund. So I don't think each of those individually are listed. But again, let me confirm the thresholds that make this particular infrastructure budget paper and how that works. So we'll come back.
Threshold's $250,000.
Yeah,
okay.
So let us confirm whether the Digital Restart Fund in total is listed in the budget papers, and that's the way this is accounted for, and then through our annual report, or whether there's a different mechanism. But I'll confirm
Okay,
that
since
for
you're taking these on notice, the other question then is, why is the Park and Pay, it appears in your cluster funding document and not the budget papers? Okay, second question is, can you please confirm, Minister, that Park and Pay did receive Digital Restart Fund payment?
I think Mr. Wells has already answered that.
Okay.
Mr. Diadam may have asked that question.
Oh, excellent.
He did a good job.
Yeah, he did an excellent job as
Yeah,
well.
I think so. Well done.
Thanks, Minister. I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, I'll give you a thumbs up.
And I know Mr. Diadam's also got a copy of the budget papers there. So
He's
doing
very diligent.
Very diligent.
Always.
Now,
Trolley for all those papers.
now, Mr. Diadam, do you have any further questions on this topic?
Not on this topic, Mr. Primrose.
Okay, maybe I'll simply then move on to another, given that you're unable to answer those questions. It's pointless chair me pursuing them if the government doesn't have a copy of the budget papers at budget estimates. Can I move on to the issue of the QR code data breach? And I pronounce it as Excellion. Is that correct, Minister?
Oh, you're entitled to pronounce it whichever way you like.
Oh, well, I'm just wondering how you pronounce it, but let's call it...
Data, tomato. It's up to you.
Yeah, well, I'm calling it Excellion.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Okay, Minister, I just want to now have a look at this issue of the QR code data breach.
Yeah.
Now, you advised the Legislative Assembly that you were seeking more information on when you were made aware of this privacy breach and what happened next.
Yeah.
And so, given that you've told the House that's what you'd be doing, these questions should be pretty easy for you. So, on what date were you first made aware of this data breach?
Well, first, can I take issue with the the assertion in your question because it's false. I know Labor put out a media release about it, but it's saying it was saying it is what you suggest. But there was a statement made by the Privacy Commissioner, and I'll repeat what I said in the House, that the data set which was published in September 2021 did not involve a compromise of the QR code data set. I repeat, did not involve a compromise of the QR code data set. So it was very sloppy, very sloppy from Labor to suggest otherwise. It really is poor form. But anyway, in answer to your question, I did check the details, and on 30 September 2021, I was made aware by the Department of Customer Service that sensitive information had inadvertently been published as part of a data set containing the details of registered COVID-safe businesses. Around 1% of the entries in that data set contained sensitive data such as addresses, which should be withheld. Can I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please do.
Thank you. I was informed that the department had notified the Privacy Commissioner of the incident and had acted immediately to remove the sensitive information from the published data set, and she was satisfied with the actions taken to contain, respond to and remediate the incident. I received further updates on 14 and 20 October 2021 on the incident. As part of these, I was informed that every business deemed to have been affected had been contacted by telephone and letter. And as noted by the Privacy Commissioner, the data set, which was published in September 2021, did not involve a compromise of the QR code data set. And I'm happy to table this letter from the Privacy Commissioner to this committee. And given that there was no breach of any data set, the immediate remediation and the satisfaction of the Privacy Commissioner, I did not inform the Premier.
Okay. Well, that's my time. You've answered half of my first question.
What was the other half?
I'll come back to the rest.
Okay.
At the other half. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Now, I'll just...
Oh, thank you.
We now have Ms. Gavel joining us now on WebEx, so I might just break in proceedings and allow her to be sworn in. Ms. Gavel, can you hear us?
I can.
Excellent. Can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation? And I believe both of those options have been emailed to you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Samantha Gavel and I'm the New South Wales Privacy Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Given that we are fairly close to 11 o'clock, I'm hesitant to go back into questions, so we may break now for our 11 o'clock break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we will return, let's say, 10... Yeah, let's say 10 past 11.
Thank you.
A coffee and tea cart will be coming through, so you guys are welcome to help yourselves with a cup of tea or coffee.
Thank you, Chair.
And Ms. Gavel, we may just place you back in the lobby just as a procedural thing. We do need to have a short delivery that we didn't get to do this morning. So you will be possibly placed back in the lobby and then re-brought back in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we doing that now?
We'll have our break now.
Thanks, Chair.
So,
Sorry, we're doing the deliberative.
yeah, we can do a quick deliberative now once we go off.
Yeah, probably. It's a minute.
Okay, we will now recommence. I believe we brought back in Ms. Gavel. So we'll now go to questions from the crossbench. I'm looking at Ms. Hurst to start.
Chair, I do have an answer for Ms Hurst's earlier question, if you would like me to
That would be
update
great.
you.
Yes, please.
So my understanding is that through Service New South Wales, we provided some support to creating or updating the way in which the pet registry worked in 2018. Since then, there has been some DRF funding provided, I think, to improve that process. But in terms of who owns the actual policy for the pet registry itself, I think that's local government.
Is the money that you just mentioned, the funding from DRF, was that the $2 million rebuild fund?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay, great. Thank you. Do you know if that's all the money that's going to go into it, or is there further funding?
So that funding relates to two streams: 1.3 million for the data entry and registration process, and a second stream around registration. So that's the first tranche of funding, as we described before. There could be more. There could be subsequent phases, but that will deliver the minimum viable product for the solution. And I think to answer your other earlier question, there has been a slight delay in program finish date, but it is forecasting for completion quite soon.
Do you have a rough estimated date, or?
I don't. I'll confirm that 100% in the next session.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, but the 1.3 million for the data entry and the 0.7 for registration, what does that kind of practically mean? What will that money be used for? Is that paying for the experts to do the upgrade work, to do the data entry, or what falls under registration?
Yeah, let me clarify that. I think it's basically designing a better process than exists at the moment, so getting it off paper and other forms and processes into a fully digital process, as well as the chip processes that support that as well. So there'll be some design, build and deployment as part of all that funding.
Okay.
But given the impact, given how many people in New South Wales own pets, I know it's a topic that we need to make sure we get right. So I give you my commitment. I'll sit down with you, the Minister for Local Government, to make sure we get the best solution in the country.
Great, thank you. I also have one more question in regards to the QR codes. How long is it anticipated that QR check-ins will still be required for remaining venues such as nightclubs? Is there a planned end date for any of those facilities?
That's determined by, obviously, the COVID Recovery Committee and obviously guided significantly by health. We regularly meet on those, so I have nothing further to say at this point.
So you haven't heard anything from those meetings about when the changes will take place?
Obviously, we're guided by health, as we have been right throughout, but no, nothing to update at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Overseas licence holders will have to apply for a licence if they're in New South Wales continuously for 3 months. But on the other hand, police are saying they're unable to check how long someone has been in the state, and you've said you're going to fix this. Can I just find out what you're doing in this space to make it work, and a little bit more about the problem?
Yeah, so the problem is that if you're coming from overseas, whether it's a visa or whatever, you can rely on your international driver's licence. Now, I'm sure Mr. Rees will correct me if I'm wrong, but if you, initially you would have that indefinitely, but we have now or about to introduce a regulation that's saying that after 3 months of staying in the country, you must transition into a New South Wales driver's licence. The issue with the police, and I can understand the challenges, is that they don't have immediate visibility. If they pull somebody up on the side of the road and they say, well, I'm an international person, here's my passport, they don't know how long they've been in the country for. So we're working with Transport and police. I understand that there is a functionality that does exist, but not every police officer is aware of it, but we're working with Transport and police to make sure that there is that visibility. The other issue, though, Ms. Hurst, is that we need more driver tester facilities. And, we're setting up one because there was a bit of a backlog as a result of COVID, and we're setting a major centre up in St Mary's in the middle of the year. But equally, Transport are going to put some more on board for the international arrivals as they come through as well. So that's basically the challenge that we've got. But I'm confident that we'll see a lot of improvement by the end of the year.
Thank you. So is the time frame sort of by December end of this year, or is there a time frame?
For our driver testing, it's by the middle of the year. Do you know when Transport we're having these up?
So I wouldn't want to speak for Transport on their policy. Certainly, when that policy takes effect, there's all the people that are already in Australia driving on these licences. So there's a significant initial event of knowledge testing and practical testing that we're going to need to do. We're working very closely with Transport to prepare for that. That will require significant increase in driver tester numbers as well as locations, etc.
Thank you. So, Minister, when do you propose that this new aspect of somebody being within New South Wales for 3 months, when will that sort of kick in?
Oh, that's a regulation for Transport, and let me have a look. I think if it hasn't been signed off yet, give me one moment. Thank you. I think it should be, I'm going to say imminent, Ms. Hurst. It's not too far away. Obviously, because of the pandemic, things were held up. But, it's imminent. But I'll chase it up.
You can put
I'll
that on
chase it
notice.
up with the relevant minister and get back to you.
Thank you. It's been reported that prolonged phone and internet outages are causing enormous anxiety and stress in flood-affected communities in northern New South Wales. Is the New South Wales government doing anything to try to address this, to make, particularly because people are concerned that floods are going to become more common?
Yeah, it's one of, again, I received a call from Catherine Cusack on the, I think it was yesterday, and she repeated the same concerns that, often governments will say, go to this website, but it's easy to go to a website when you're connected, but when the power's down, it's very, very hard. So that's why we put out the mobile buses, and they're out there today, and having our service staff available at the evacuation centres as well.
Maybe 2 points to add. Firstly, from Service New South Wales, then I wonder if Greg might want to make some comments from the Telco Authority. Service New South Wales provides the ability for customers to access our Wi-Fi networks from all of our service centres. So certainly wherever our centres can be opened and haven't been impacted in terms of their connectivity, that becomes available to our customers.
And these sound like good measures sort of after an emergency event, sort of stepping in to help and assist. But what about sort of longer term plans for remote and rural areas in New South Wales that do have current lack of access when an emergency actually hits? What's happening to make sure that they're protected in those moments?
So maybe if I can just clarify, so the customer internet access through Service New South Wales is ever present through all of our service centres, including our regional service centres. But I'll pass to Greg for the crisis response.
Yeah, I might add two components if that's all right. So the Telco Authority, which runs the public safety network, so that's the telecommunications network, the radio network that operates to support emergency services organisations, including the SES, RFS and everyone responding on the North Coast and across the state at the moment, is operated by customer service, and that organisation plays a critical role for the carriers you mentioned. So it plays a coordination role in terms of Telstra, other carriers, NBN and others, to make sure that the sites that are down, that have been inundated with water and so forth, lost power, are prioritised. They make sure they're safe to get technicians into those sites and get them and to work with all carriers to get those things restored as quickly as possible. So they've played a critical role over the past couple of weeks and previously with fires and previous floods. But probably to the second part of your question, there is a mobile black spot program and a lot of investment going into that space as well. We're currently operating, I think, 3 or 4 rounds of mobile black spot connectivity upgrade programs. I'll get you the exact statistics, but it's in the order of 165 sites we're targeting. I think we've completed 137 of those over the past couple of years. It's a combination of Commonwealth funding, industry funds, and things that the New South Wales government has directly invested in as well. So we are putting a lot of investment and focus in regional digital connectivity in general.
Thank you.
Excellent. Minister, we just go back before the break, we were talking about potential risks and mitigations, particularly around cyber safety with this implementation. And you mentioned RNEC, and for the benefit of Hansard, RNEC is the Australian Register's National Electronic Conveyancing Council. Can you table any reports your department's commissioned or has been received by RNEC in terms of risks and mitigation for the implementation of this interoperability?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. What confidence do you have that RNEC, as the regulator, will be able to oversee this implementation, given that we've had failures from CIRA to oversight eye-care reform?
Well, RNEC is a national body for starters, and again, I have every confidence that if they are working with the ACCC, the bankers and the lawyers, and all the other key stakeholders that are backing in this reform, that they will produce an optimal product and service for the people of our country, let alone our state. You know, we have led the way here in New South Wales in relation to e-conveyancing, and you know, I've got every confidence that that can improve even further if we bring competition in.
Outside of competition, what do you hope that this interoperability will actually deliver in terms of innovation?
Competition will drive down prices. Competition will introduce innovations to service delivery. I don't know. That's the beauty of competition. I don't know what some smart entrepreneur will do in terms of additional service delivery, but that's why the ACCC is backing this in, because you know, if you do not hold monopolies, if you only have a monopoly structure, then they are generally very, very lazy structures, and as we've seen in Russia, when you have a monopoly structure, it's only the rich up the top that get the big pie.
In your experience with duopolies, whenever you
you're suggesting that it is limited to a duopoly. I can't imagine a world where the ACCC is backing in a policy around interoperability, which I'm 100% supporting, where they also know that the longer play is to have an open marketplace. Now, I would prefer one is bad, 2 is better than 1, 3 is better than 2, etc., etc. But we've got to move towards better competition. That's as simple as that.
Given the significant, obviously, expenses involved in setting up one of these companies, what are you going to do to encourage us to get beyond a duopoly?
Well, again, if you provide a marketplace with additional services and you make it easy for new entrants to come in, and that's what interoperability does, then people will vote with their feet in their wallets. And that's the beauty of a competitive marketplace.
Yeah, you've been quoted as saying tangible examples of innovation in the e-conveyancing sector could include simpler or more efficient interfaces for lawyers and conveyancers. Would you agree that that's just more cosmetic changes, not necessarily true innovation?
No, I said that is one, but again, I don't know what the next 5, 10 years will bring. The technology is moving so fast. But why should we be hamstrung? Why should we put public interest behind vested interest? Again, in my view, public interest is served when there is competition. And that's why I'm very happy to stay on the side of the angels with the ACCC and the lawyers on this in advocating for public interest.
currently at the moment, lawyers, conveyancers, banks, they all pay the same fee for the same service. Are you supportive of a differential fee structure where potentially larger companies will be able to essentially pay or charge lower fees, and the smaller players in the market will have to charge more?
Oh, that would be a matter for the regulator or regulators. Again, this is a...
Is that something you would want to see in the industry?
Again, I'd be guided by what the regulators, plural, have to say about that. And again, I'd welcome the views of the ACCC. I'm a big fan of the ACCC, as you've probably noticed.
Have you received any views from the regulator or the ACCC in terms of what they plan to do in that space?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Has there been any cost-benefit analysis conducted by this government on the alternative forms of interoperability that were presented to you?
I believe there has been a report from IPART in relation to interoperability, but again, I can get that to you.
Thank you. Did you also appoint your own independent technical expert in 2020? Is that correct, on this issue? Might have been a Glenn Archer.
I'll take that on notice. It rings a bell, but yeah, I have to check unless you know him.
No, I'd have to talk to the Registrar General. He's not called as a witness today.
Yeah.
Perhaps on notice, can you also answer why this independent technical expert found in 2020 that your proposed form of interoperability in terms of direct connections it was not as good as the two alternative options that were potentially on the card?
I'll take that on notice. Yeah.
Thank you. Minister, is it true that the combined working group of officials and industries developed a timeline for implementation that was presented to the Interoperability Implementation Council on the 27th of September 2021, which was then cut by 30 weeks at your level without any plan or evidence as to how that was possible?
Again, I'll take that on notice. The working group, I don't have much to do, if anything, with the working group. They just go out and do their bit.
There's a claim that you, at your level, at the ministerial level, you took their timeline and cut it by 30 weeks in terms of how it was going to implement.
I can answer that, that there was a collective view, and when I say collective, again, sure, there is a Liberal minister here in New South Wales, but equally there's a Labor minister in Queensland, and you know this is a consensus across ministers, across states and territories. So it's again a unanimous position that we agreed, because ACCC said if we stultify the reform process, then you entrench the monopoly, and we were worried as a collective group, Labor, Liberal collective group, that it was not being reformed at significant pace to enable competition to evolve. So, you know, again, a collective decision was made that we needed to be serious about this.
Are you prepared to allow an independent assessment of the timeline to actually occur?
Look, I am very satisfied with the position we've reached. And again, what the position we've reached is consistent with the positions adopted by the key stakeholders, being the ACCC, lawyers and the banks. You know, again, we're all aligned on this. We are putting public interest ahead of vested interest, and I'd expect the public would hope we would do that every time, and that's what we're doing. Just to assist you, Minister, one of your staff seems to be wanting to pass you something. Some timelines. I can read out the timeline. So on March 2021, ARNIC published a paper on the technical model that is being developed by PEXA, Simply and Government. On May 2021, PEXA, Simply and the Government have finalised a draft version 1 of the National Conveyancing Interoperability Data Standards. ARNIC announces the first interoperable transaction being a refinance between the two financial institutions, Titles Queensland, 2 LNOs and 1 landowner. June 21, Interoperability Implementation Committee is established between LNO and Government. July 21, Dominello and South Australian Deputy Premier and Attorney General hold a roundtable for fellow ministers to give a progress and update. Ministers acknowledge that the progress made on facilitating interoperability to date through development of a technical framework and designing of the regulatory regime, that the timetable of end of 2021 for the first interoperable transaction may be impacted by implementation of the ECNL. The goal is to release the draft ECNL to industry for feedback in the third quarter 21. So it's pretty dry.
Would you want to you want to table it, save us all drawing out?
No, I'll take it on notice.
No problems at all. That's looking like
I'm
I've got
having to
about
keep
3
talking.
seconds, so I'll time that perfectly. I'll throw over to Mr. Primrose.
Thanks, Minister. To be fair to you, I just want to clarify something in relation to the Digital Restart Fund.
Thanks, Mr. Primrose.
And I've actually obtained something that's not a PDF.
Excellent.
So you might be interested in it.
The Word document?
Because PDFs are paper sandwiches.
It's actually a website which I've printed off the relevant bits.
Oh, yeah.
And the website, Digital Restart Fund, is my project eligible.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, it's called Is My Project Eligible?
Right.
Digital New South Wales.
Yep.
Okay. Now, the list includes the Smart Cities funding reserves, and at the bottom of the page it says, and I quote, projects that will not be considered for funding include, and there's a whole number of dot points, and one of them, the second one, is projects that involve local government. Have any of these funds been provided to a local government?
I'll ask Mr. Wells to comment.
Yeah, as you said, Mr. Primrose, the Smart Places reservation, if you like, the same as there's a cybersecurity reservation under the Digital Restart Fund, is part of the overall fund. There are specific guidelines for both of those reservations, and the Smart Places reservation does, and is specifically in a number of ways designed to assist and work with local councils. So yeah, that Smart Places reservation, for which I will clarify, those guidelines are not yet on the website. I think they have just been through another round of updates, so we will get those published on the website. But yeah, in terms of the Smart Places reservation, $45 million, a number of those, in fact probably the majority, would be spent in conjunction with local council.
Okay, so if I read the document that says, and I quote, Smart Places, in December 2020, the Expenditure Review Committee approved $45 million funding envelope over a 3-year period for Smart Places acceleration program under the Digital Restart Fund.
Yep.
And then it continues on, projects that will not be considered for funding include point 2, projects that involve local government.
So
which part am I not understanding?
Yeah.
Here?
So the page is apologies. The page is in total. So the context for the page is the total fund. What the page talks about is there's a reservation for Smart Places. It does not go into detail, though, Mr. Primrose, about that specific reservation, as it doesn't for cybersecurity. So on notice, I'm happy, as I said before, to get the guidelines that pertain to the Smart Places acceleration program.
Okay, so if I was reading this, and let's assume I'm a member of the public, or particularly someone from local government, and it says to me projects that involve local government will not be considered for funding, I would be reasonable in assuming, Minister, wouldn't I, that as it's, quote, projects that involve local government won't be considered for funding?
Yeah, as I've indicated before, that's a fair take, but there is a separate fund established as part of the Smart Places strategy. $45 million is in that, and again, that's where the money was allocated. And likewise, when we approach the disability sector, because there are a whole lot of people in New South Wales that have real issues in relation to finding where there is disability parking. And they don't want to particularly download 30 different apps. They want to have this on one app. We said, look, this is a way to help people with disability out. And that's why they're advocating for it as well.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just clarify, and thank you for that.
You're welcome.
When were the guidelines for the project finalised?
Let me take that on notice to get you an exact date, but the
Have they
guideline...
been- Were they finalised before or after?
The guidelines would have been established at the same time that the money was allocated, so...
Same time?
Yep, so that would have been set up at the commencement of the program.
Thank you.
That's what ERC would have expected, obviously. So, again, thank you for the suggestion. We can clarify the way this reads on this website. We'll get that rectified.
We'll take it as an action item.
Oh, thank you. I'm always pleased to have action items attributed to me.
Thank you.
Will those action items, given this is an action item, will that include actually the details of what appears now to be a different range of provisions for this particular allocation to be made?
Yeah, as I said before.
And will that include? Where does that appear anywhere now? Is that on a website anywhere?
Let me confirm that, Mr. Primrose, and I'll come back to you. But that's, as I said, that's an action that we'll take.
But you would expect now that would be on a website now, wouldn't you, Minister?
We've made it very public. I've actually said that we're putting sensors in relation to mobility parking right across the state. We've been very public about it. If it's not on the website, we'll correct it.
Well, the only thing I can find, Minister, on the website is that local government.
I'm not cavilling with you. If it is not there, we'll correct it, and I will publicly say this is. Thanks to Mr. Primrose.
So that cheers me up no end, Minister.
Thank you.
Yeah, what would make me even happier is if you gave me the date upon which those guidelines were actually.
Yeah, well, as I said, Mr. Wells has already answered that.
So,
no, he hasn't. You will give me the date on which they were approved.
We'll definitely get that date. Just to clarify, that the program guidelines are on.
I would hate to have a situation, Minister, where you were put in the position of having approved an allocation before the guidelines had been approved.
Yeah.
And I know that wouldn't happen.
No.
Excellent.
Excellent. Can I just add, sorry?
If it does, I'll even have a bigger tick.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
The program guidelines are publicly available on the Planning Industry and Environment website. They administer the fund, so they administer that proportion. But I will take on notice that.
But they're not on your website.
No, but they're in the planning because that's the smart places. The actual strategy itself sits with planning.
Okay, but projects will not be considered. If I was looking for this, I'd look here.
I accept your constructive criticism, and I appreciate that. And as I said, we'll create an action item to make sure that we make it clearer on our website.
Okay. Can I just also clarify that will now, even you put a link on?
We'll get a link, yeah. That's a good suggestion.
That's all. Okay, thank you, Minister.
I'll personally call you when it's done.
No need, Minister. I will be reading the link, so I'll know exactly when it goes up.
It's going to be on the internet, though. Like your
not
paper.
A PDF, Minister.
But I like your paper. Well,
I'll
try and get it in the metaverse
Minister,
as well.
can I ask you, are you administering the flood grants funding in any way?
Which type? There's a number of grants.
Well, which ones are you administering?
We'll be administering a business grant.
Yep.
And we're just working through what other funds. I think the Premier and the Treasurer announced over $400 million worth of funding yesterday to support those that are impacted. So we're just working through what that will mean in terms of grants and what service we'll be delivering.
Okay. Is your department keeping an admin fee for this administration?
In relation to
the administration of the grants?
Well, again, there's the business grant, and there's a bucket that's been allocated, but
Well, how much of that bucket, if any, this is a genuine question because I don't know the answer, will your department be retaining to cover its administration?
So you're saying what's the cost of administration of a grant program?
Grant program out of the allocation that the government will be providing.
Whether it's small business grant, whatever the grant. I don't know. What's the going rate in terms of admin?
Yeah, so it looks different program to program, and those agreements tend to be negotiated on a case-by-case basis with Treasury. I think in this particular grant, it is co-funded by New South Wales and the Commonwealth, and I believe that agreement provides for up to 5% of the allocation to cover the costs of implementation and administration.
Okay, so you're going to clip 5% off the top of the grants. That's admin.
So we don't clip. So the agreements reflect the cost to implement and support customers through the life cycle of those programs.
Okay, how much are you going to take off the top then if you don't clip? About 5%? to cover your costs.
Well, I think it's a miscarriage. Like,
Yes,
there's no magic pudding where these things just appear out of nowhere. It costs to deliver programs.
But maybe if I could add, that there's strong governance to ensure that program by program the costs are allocated correctly. We don't leverage one program to cross-subsidise other programs. So the cost for this program will reflect the cost that we incur both to implement it and to support customers through the life cycle.
So let me get this clear. So far we've heard that the inadvertent, for some reason, leaking of confidential personal information is not a data breach. And now we're hearing that this is not a clip off the top of an allocation going into government coffers.
Mr. Primrose, you've been a Member of Parliament for a long time.
Oh,
and
yes,
if
I
you
have.
are seriously asking this level of questions, seriously?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Come on.
I'd also like
you
to
can
get
do
an
better
answer.
than this.
Okay.
You can do better than this.
Oh, I shall. Thank you.
Well, please.
Thank you. Okay.
You know, I've already indicated that a labour release is far from the truth. I prefer what the Privacy Commission has said.
I'm going to take a point of order. The Minister's not here to make commentary on the lines of questioning being adopted by another member. He's here to answer questions and answer questions only, not offer commentary.
Any other comment?
To the point of order, the Minister's entitled to answer in any which way he decides.
He wasn't answering a specific question.
I actually was. I was. Mr. Primrose made some ridiculous assertion about a clip off the top. Like, it's just typical of a stale opposition. I just did.
Let me just rule on the point of order. Yes, the Minister is free to answer the question as he so fits, but there are standing orders governing debating the validity or integrity of questions.
Yeah,
so I would encourage you, Minister, to restrain yourself in terms of your critique of Labor's performance in asking questions or their style of questions, and just answer the question.
Let's elevate the style at least.
As I said, once again, you're debating the question.
If it helps, I apologise to the Minister if I've ruffled his feathers.
You haven't ruffled my feathers.
Maybe we should just move on.
It was to Adam that called the point of order, mate.
My feathers, you're degrading yours.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just encourage the member. I'll encourage the Minister.
Here as long as I have, Mr. Primrose, even longer. And you know that.
I'm very happy to pass over. We have limited time to Mr. Adam now. And
I'll pass to Mr.
Should have a glass of water.
That Labor's got.
Minister, why did you think it was necessary to propose to fine councils for not adopting Park and Pay? Why did you think that was necessary?
Where are you getting this from?
Well, the question is, why did you think it was necessary? Are you saying that you didn't propose to fine councils?
There is no proposal.
Park and Pay?
There's no proposal at the moment, or to my knowledge.
My question is, why did you think it was necessary to propose it in the first place?
Can you show me where the proposal came from? You're making an allegation. Show me.
Are you denying it?
No, I'm asking you.
Are you denying it?
Yeah, I'm absolutely saying there's no proposal.
Did you propose it?
I'm saying there's no proposal.
Did you propose it?
If you're making an assertion, show me where it is.
No, I've put a question to you, Minister.
Yeah.
You can answer either yes or no. Did you propose to fine councils that didn't adopt Park and Pay?
If there was a legislative regime that was to be implemented, there would have been a proposal for enforcement, but there's no legislative proposal coming forward.
Abigail's given up.
I haven't heard.
It's no different to e-planning or e-planning.
You haven't specifically addressed the question.
I think I just did, Mr.
I'll ask it again.
Yeah.
Did you propose to fine councils who didn't adopt Park and Pay? It's a very simple question. Yes or no, Minister?
As I said, if there is a legislative regime that requires adoption over time, like there would have been, like there is with e-planning, sure, there would have to be an enforcement mechanism. But the government has not proceeded down that path.
Why did you think that was necessary? Earlier you were quite happy with the progress of adoption. Why did you think advancing that proposition was necessary?
As I said before, the councils are coming on board quicker than I thought, and I'm actually really, really pleased with the adoption. And we'll continue to work with councils in that regard. Because, if we continue to work with councils to get Park and Pay, more adopted throughout the board, then again, we, when I say we, the collective we, us and councils, continue to put public interests ahead of vested interests.
I might turn to another piece of legislation, your proposal around repealing Section 19B of the Workers' Compensation Act. Minister, there's been surveys of workers, 90% have rejected this proposal. Isn't it time to pull this bill? Isn't it time that you apologised to hard-working pandemic heroes for the angst and anguish you caused them? Will you say sorry to nurses, police, junior doctors, transport workers, disability workers for your failure to consult in a proposal to strip them of their workers' comp entitlements? I apologise, Minister.
I remember at the time when we were in the teeth of the pandemic, when the vaccination rates were, there was no vaccine basically coming out, when we were all quite frightened, me included. Everyone was frightened around the world as to how this would play out. And I remember reaching out to David Shoebridge, member of the Greens, because he's I rate him, B, he's very intelligent, and C, he understands the space. And I reached out to him and said, what can we do? How can we?
Well, let's let the Minister conclude his answer.
And withdraw the legislation.
I'm answering the question. And I remember at the time, and we then brought forward a proposal that was nation leading at the time. Nation leading. We put in an environment, in a vacuum, where there was no vaccine, let alone vaccination rates up. We introduced legislation that was nation leading. That environment has changed. We are now at 95%. No other state or territory has got this legislation in place. No one's within Kiwi. We are now at a position where...
Why are you proposing to penalise workers? The heroes of the pandemic, and you want to penalise them?
We have got vaccination rates up to 95%, and it's a credit to everybody in our state that we're at that level now. We're a credit to everybody at a state that, we have led the world in this regard. What the coalition government did...
Well, I'll take the point of order now. Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
We're trying to hear the Minister's answer. He's clearly not concluded. He's still answering, and we've got running commentary from the member who's actually begun the line of questioning, and he won't let the Minister finish.
What the coalition government did...
What the point of order?
Minister, I'll have to hear the... Mr. Diadam, go ahead with your counter to the point of order.
The Minister is not being directly relevant. He's trying to avoid a very pointed question about whether he will withdraw the legislation and apologise.
Again...
Let me rule on the point of order,
Mr. Chair.
Minister. I'm happy to have a bit of banter going back and forward, but can we, at least from both sides, allow a little bit of gap between someone finishing an answer or question before the other one jumps over the top? So,
I apologise. I will wait for 2 or 3 seconds.
So, Mr. Diadam, did you want to redirect the Minister in terms of your questioning?
I'll put my question again. Will you withdraw the legislation and apologise, Minister?
It's Mr. Chair, through you. The government currently has legislation before the upper house. The government acknowledges the great work that the front line have done, and that's why we did at the time lead the country in introducing the reforms. And I want to congratulate and thank Mr. Shoebridge, who worked with us at the time. But the circumstances have changed. The vaccination rates are up. Proceeding with this in circumstances where no other jurisdiction in the country has got anything similar to this would put an undue burden on particularly small mum and dad businesses. So the government's position remains as is, and the bill is before the upper house.
I'll move on. Minister, your department administers or has a role in the administration of land tax, isn't that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, through Revenue New South Wales.
Perhaps Ms. Hogan might be able to elaborate on the role that the department plays in the land tax system.
Yeah, so, sorry. Revenue New South Wales does play a role in land tax, but they appeared before the committee on Friday with the Deputy Secretary, Scott Johnston, who isn't called as a witness today.
Okay.
I'm happy to take any questions on notice on it, but I don't have detail on that matter on any land tax matters to hand.
That is your time, Mr. D'Adam, so I will pass to Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Can you give us an update on the digital licences in New South Wales? Are we reaching a point where everyone will at one point have a digital licence instead of a hard copy licence?
That's a great question, Ms. Hurst, because I think one of there are two things that have really come out of the pandemic, from my perspective at least, is one, the digital maturity of the people of our state has seriously increased. And the second thing that not many people talk about is the level of collaboration between agencies has definitely increased, and that's so so heartening to see, because governments, forget political persuasion, governments just traditionally just go into silos. But we've seen extraordinary collaboration between agencies, and that's what you need for digital. Because whether it's a driver's licence, that's a collaboration between us and transport. There's an interface with the police as well in relation to the photo card, even the pet registry. That's digital. That needs to go via local councils. And what I saw, and I'll just reference in terms of the adoption of digital. So in the digital driver's licence space in particular, I remember, we went well. There was a rapid acceleration through to 10, 15, 20%, but then it started plateauing out at about 20%. It then slowly climbed to about 30%. It stayed there for a while. But then after the pandemic, we introduced the Dine Discover vouchers, the QR check-ins and the like. And it was because of the hard work of the businesses as well that was at the front. They were at the front line, and they were helping their patrons, showing them how to use QR codes, showing them how to download Dine Discover. It wasn't just the government, it was businesses working as well. And what I saw recently is that we've now seen a significant jump in the adoption of digital driver's licence, for example. We're at 70%, which is just extraordinary. I'm really, really proud of the way that the people of our state have embraced it, because we are, nation leading and definitely world leading in some areas. So there's a whole lot of other things that we're going to do. Seniors card. I'm very, very passionate about inclusion. My mum, for example, she's not passionate about digital. She just likes the plastic card, and that's fair enough. That's her choice. That's her life, and she's entitled to do that. But there's a whole lot of seniors that do embrace digital, and that's why we're now working with the Minister for Seniors, Mark Correa, to digitise the seniors card. And again, we've done some road testing on that with the community, and it's overwhelming how many people want this. So to answer your question, yes, there are a lot more services that we need to bring online, but equally we must make sure that for those that do not want the option, that they have traditional channels to transact.
So for the foreseeable future, those hard copies will still be available.
Absolutely.
For all of those services.
All of these are designed with opt-in. So even with the digital driver's licence, you still get your plastic licence.
Mm-hmm.
But in my case, my plastic licence is in my old leather wallet that's somewhere in my place, and I haven't used it for 2 or 3 years because everything I can do this now. But equally, there are people, friends and colleagues of mine, that love their big leather wallet or leather purse, and that's a matter for them.
Or even pleather.
Yes.
It's becoming more popular. I'm just going to move quickly back to, we were talking about some of the internet issues in certain rural and regional places. I understand there is a public safety mobile broadband trial currently underway that might be able to help with these situations. Can you tell me a little bit more about that and whether that's something that's being considered for places like Lismore?
I might ask Mr. Wells to...
So that, Ms. Hurst, is a trial that we've been running in collaboration with all jurisdictions and the Commonwealth. So the New South Wales Telco Authority has led a number of streams of that program of work, in particular going to market to assess the technologies that might play a role, exactly as you're saying, in getting, in this case, video from the field. So in addition to radio communications, it's looking at specific technologies that get video from the field into evacuation centres and emergency operations centres, and etc. So I'll clarify and get for you the dates of when some of that trial and proof of concept operates to. But yeah, that's something the New South Wales Government and the Telco Authority in particular is participating in.
And is that something that would be considered to help with some of the problems around Lismore and places like that? Is that something, or is it at too early stages because we're still in the trial?
Yeah, so that in addition, as I said, so the public safety network is the emergency services network that we operate on behalf of the emergency services organisations. This would complement that, is our sense, and be an additional layer of bandwidth that would enable other sorts of information to be communicated across the network.
Thank you. Minister, you announced last year that the New South Wales Government was undertaking a recruitment drive underway to hire 200 digital specialists. Is that been completed? Are those positions now filled and functioning?
Greg or Damon, do you want to answer that?
So I can't reconcile precisely to that number for you, but what I can say is we've continued to place a very strong focus on recruiting additional teammates in digital across a range of job families. We have seen a large number of new people join our team. We continue to be in market looking for additional team members.
I can say though, Ms. Hurst, it's really difficult. Like it's, we're all in competition for the same people. It's, we definitely need. There are definitely challenges in our state and in our country about, making sure that we have more people with digital skills, without a doubt.
Thank you. Chair.
Oh, thank you. Just picking up on some of those questions from Ms. Hurst about the digital licences. When and if are we going to see digital firearms licences?
Oh, Mr. Murphy would love to answer that question.
I would if I could, Minister, but I'm afraid that's probably a question for the police on that one.
Given that you're the one that would be administering it, and you talked about interagency cooperation, I'm interested to hear what have been the hurdles from your end in terms of putting that in place.
Oh, look, it's something that I'd be more than happy to have a discussion with the Minister for Police with. It makes sense to me. But it's, Chair, but as you'd appreciate, there is just so much on the run sheet at the moment. It's just about getting some room in the agenda, that's all. And I'll be very frank with you, like the last 2 years, particularly with COVID and all the challenges and now the floods, like at every given day, we've got this schedule of work, and then all of a sudden something happens with COVID and we have to change and stop and start again. And now with the floods, we've got to stop what we're doing now and allocate appropriately resources to people in those communities. So it's just a constant challenge of getting a run.
Can we talk about the Service New South Wales vans? I think I raised this issue in 2019 and there was 4, and now it's 2022 and there's 4. When are you going to roll out more of these vans, given that they clearly provide a great service to our regional, rural, remote communities? When are we going to see more of these?
I'm in discussions with the Treasurer now, so it's watch this space.
Do those discussions include more Service New South Wales vans?
If I had my way, we would have a whole lot more for Service. I'm very proud of Service and the great delivery they do. We all remember the RTA days. We are far, far away from that. But look, I'm constantly advocating to get more share for our agency. But look, so far so good. Like over the last 2 years, if anybody looked at the work that DCS has done, particularly in not just the digital space but the customer space, like we are world leading. You know, we get governments from around the world approaching us saying, "Show us how you've done this." I'm not saying it's perfect, Mr. Primrose, Mr. Dowd. I'm not saying it's perfect, but you know, regularly our scores in terms of feedback are in the high 90s, and most businesses would be doing handstands if they get that, let alone government agencies.
Can we just go back to our previous topic? You have frequently brought up the Banks Association as being a supporter of this model for interoperability. Are you prepared to table their letter of support for your bill and your model?
I'm happy to table, all letters of support from all stakeholders, yeah.
Okay. Including, are you prepared to table their AIC and LexText correspondence to you where they withdraw their support for the model?
But I'm happy to table, what I've got in terms of the support and otherwise. Like, again, I will put public interest. Let me be very, very clear about this.
It's not about public interest or vested. It's about who supports your model and who doesn't.
I'm happy to table everything, but this is about public interest versus vested interest. Let's make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. This is public interest versus vested interest. I back public interest. I will table the letters from the ACCC and everybody else. I'll be very transparent about it.
Good.
And as I said, this is not just me. This is Labor ministers as well.
Can we go back to the timeline? I know you said it was dry. How much time are you allowing for the banks to change their computer systems and operational procedures to fit in with this?
Again, in terms of the meta position, I've spoken about metaverse 4 times now. Now it's the 5th. But in terms of the meta position of where we're tracking as a nation on this, is the first tranche is to say to the sector, we embrace competition, we embrace interoperability, and that's what the legislation's about. The second phase will be around an enforcement regime. Now, the working groups, that's a matter for them in relation to working with the banks and the like in terms of implementation. But, from my perspective and my ministerial counterparts, it's about getting those two statutory pieces in place to create that framework for competition.
So from your perspective, what would be an appropriate time frame for them to get there?
I'll be guided by the experts.
And have you received any advice from the experts?
I've received
in terms of the time frame that they expect the banks to be in line?
I'll take it on those. There is so much material that we receive in relation to this issue. But again, I'll be guided by the ACCC and the banks and the like.
Sure. To get into the bit of the weeds of the technical details, and I appreciate you may need to take this on notice as well.
I think you might know more about the weeds than I do.
Oh, I'm not going to profess to. But from my understanding, this model requires what they call programming interfaces, or sort of like nodes, or I think they call them APIs.
APIs?
Yeah, so it's sort of like a bit of a connecting node between two people. Or two entities. So when you originally planned this, there was apparently 5 required.
Like a pipe. Sorry,
what were you saying?
It's like a pipe.
Yeah.
Connection.
Yeah, so when you originally proposed this, you required 5, and now that's risen to 80. What work have you done? Because obviously, with all of these connections, there's a risk, isn't there? Would you agree that for any connection where there's a connecting port or a node, or if you use your analogy, a plumbing, pipes, where they connect, that's where the risk is for leaks and security breaches. Yeah. So
as is the case with the banking sector. Could you imagine if there was only one bank?
So can we assume
the banking sector seems to have worked and worked well.
Well,
so I don't know why.
There's probably a bit of debate around that, but
I know, but I just see there's interoperability in so many sectors, whether it's the telco, the banking sector, and the like. I just can't see. Again, only vested interest would be saying status quo.
My interest is in the security of people's details.
But as is the ACCC, as is the banks, as is the lawyers.
So from going from 5 of these nodes or connectors to 80, I'm assuming 80 is the final figure, what work are you doing to ensure that each one of those 80 connections
it's the Registrar General, who you haven't asked for to be a witness here, but these are questions that would be appropriately asked to him because he's leading the technical aspects, but maybe Mr. Wells could answer that. He's the Government Chief Information Digital Officer.
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Wells to comment, but not all APIs mean they have to transfer personal information. It can just be connecting points from system to system on the way they talk to each other. It doesn't all contain private information.
Yeah, look, and the only thing I'd add is, and I'm not aware of this specific solution, Mr. Benasiak, but a number of those APIs could be private APIs, so business to business, not exposed to the public, or some could be public APIs. So there's many ways to implement those solutions so they are safe. I'd need to look at this specific solution to comment on those but a number of those, as I said, could be business to business APIs that are not exposed to the public and pose less of a security risk.
Okay, thank you. There was a report done by the Centre of International Economics, which your government used, which basically reported a net benefit of $4 per transaction on an average price of $1 million as part of this reform. But it never actually mentioned or never placed a value on the risks and impacts if this process breaks down because of technology failure. Given that, we're looking at a $4 benefit.
Yeah, but Mr. Benasiak, again, there are technology failures everywhere. It could
not all technological failures end up with people stranded between one house to another.
Correct, but PEXA could have a tech breach right now. So no one's immune from this. But if you put all your eggs into one basket, you increase the risk, and that's why the ACCC is backing this model in again. There is no doubt there is technical complexity about it, but again, we put people on the moon 50 odd years ago. The banking system, is now on SWIFT. We've moved a long way in recent times, and to suggest that technology is a barrier to competition is ridiculous. The only barrier to competition is self-interest and culture.
Would you agree, though, that $4 is probably not really enticing to consumers in terms on a $1 million house? Then for a $4 decrease in price, is it necessarily this great windfall that you've talked about at the beginning when you talked about competition and driving down prices? $4 is not. You can't characterise that as driving down prices, Minister.
Well, again, if you believe in a monopoly, then that price may significantly increase with no regulation around it. My view and that of the ACCC is, and that of other ministers around this country, is that competition beats monopoly every time. Every time.
It doesn't quite beat an entrenched duopoly, though, does it?
But you're saying entrenched duopoly. I disagree. And can I suggest that the ACCC would disagree with you as well? We are creating a framework for competition. This is in the national interest. In the national interest that we put the public interest first, rather than playing to vested interests. So I'm sick to death.
What other companies outside of simply lining up at the door, waiting to jump onto this?
I don't know. Who knows what happens in the future?
You've done no research into seeing which companies may be looking to jump into this.
No, well, I hope there are plenty more that come through.
So do I, because I don't want to see a Woolworths and Coles version of this.
No, but I share your position on that. We're at IDM on this. My job is to put public interest and to back in competition and to set a framework so that can apply, and that's what we are doing. Now, I agree with you. A duopoly, monopoly, one's bad, one's not much better. But if we can create a framework or an environment where we encourage others to come in, then so be it. But at the moment, the status quo is monopoly. That's all about vested interests, not public interests. I'm backing the public.
That's probably about my time, so I'll throw to Mr. Primrose.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Just to follow up, and this is part of the problem of doing it virtually, you suggested when you were talking with Mr. D'Adam in relation to Park and Pay and local government that maybe he could table relevant documents. I've got the documents here, which are emails backwards and forwards between people in your office and people in the then Minister for Local Government. I note that there are some phone numbers and things included, so I'd like to table them, but would ask the Secretariat to delete whatever personal information they think is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Primrose.
Essentially, if I can just read out very briefly in relation to this discussion, which was last October in relation to your Cabinet submission, and I quote, for example, from the Office of Local Government on the 21st of October.
Sorry, where are you reading from?
I'm reading from emails that we received from the, in this case, it was from the a senior advisor in the Office of Local Government to one of your senior advisors, who I'm reluctant to name. But
yeah, fair enough.
Okay. And it says, hi, X. Second dot point.
It's a nice salutation.
The proposal to, well, I'm happy to read it all out, Minister, if you want to be smart about it, but I'm trying to be reasonable to your
sorry,
office.
I apologise.
The proposal to penalise councils for not participating in the scheme is going to be strongly opposed. It is inappropriately heavy-handed and sends a poor message to local government, a sector which operates parking as a community service, not for profit. And goes on to say, charging councils a fine for not participating is inappropriately heavy-handed. It sends a poor message about collaboration on parking issues. And then I also note there's another one from the Office of Local Government to your office. Second dot point, a mandatory approach will not be welcomed by local councils, and then charging councils a fine for not participating seems inappropriate and sends, again, a very poor message to the sector, etc., etc. So that was on the cards, wasn't it, the fine? It was in your draft Cabinet submission?
Oh, I can't talk about what's in Cabinet, Mr. Primrose.
Well, your office does. Were they wrong when they...
Well, I'm not going to court... I'm not talking about what goes on in Cabinet. You know that.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you about your draft submission, which your office
again, you're asking me to comment about matters in Cabinet in confidence, and
okay.
I can't do that.
Well,
you know
it's
that.
pretty clear that was on
well,
your
you
policy.
know I can't talk about Cabinet.
But having said that, we've got the documents. Can I go back then to...
So are you opposing the NRMA? Are you opposing the Disability Council?
You want to swap places, Minister?
No, I'm just asking.
Okay, let's go on then to QR code
there are some
breaches
serious
and Excellion again.
Serious stakeholders that
now,
are backing
in relation to,
i.e. backing
you mentioned earlier on in your
The Minister should be called to order.
Our Minister's been around long enough. I know what he's doing. Okay. On what date did you advise, and when I asked you, did you advise the Premier of the data breach in relation to the QR code? The first thing you said was it wasn't a breach. I note... No, Mr.
Primrose, if you're going to quote me, you
okay.
quote me correctly.
Please,
I read out a statement from the Privacy Commissioner that said it wasn't a breach.
Do you agree with the Privacy Commissioner?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, Transport for New South Wales, in a letter that was sent, presumably to many people advising them, I presume it was an email.
Because the suggestion in the media release suggested there was a breach of the QR code.
Dated 1st of March 2022
false.
from Transport for New South Wales. Okay. To a particular...
Sorry, are you reading from a document?
Yes, I am.
Yep. What's the document?
It's a letter from Transport for New South Wales dated the 1st of March 2022.
Yep, 1 March
to
22.
Their customers, okay? And it says, I am writing to inform you that Transport for New South Wales was impacted by a cyber attack in which some files held by Transport for New South Wales were taken, including files with some of your personal information. And then it goes on to say that Transport for New South Wales was made aware that it had been impacted by a cyber attack in late December 2020 on a file transfer system owned by international company Excellion. As a result of the attack, some of your personal information was obtained by an unauthorised person, and goes on to say we deeply regret it. Sounds a bit like a breach to me. Could you agree with that or not?
Sorry, this is in relation to transport?
No, this is in relation to the cyber breach involving Excellion.
Sorry, Mr Primrose, I think we were just talking before about the breach or alleged breach from a few weeks ago, but now you're talking about the Excellion incident that happened in December.
So it's a different topic.
Where transport was
Okay. So I'm trying to get an idea, was that a breach?
The Excellion incident was a breach, yes.
Yes.
That's very different to the
Okay.
the conversation about COVID-safe businesses.
Okay, so that was a breach.
Yes, that was a cyber attack, absolutely.
Okay. Let's go back then to the QR codes. Now, you said you didn't advise the Premier. Why didn't you advise the Premier?
Because it went through the Privacy Commissioner, the agency did the right thing, they reported up to the Privacy Commissioner, they notified the relevant stakeholders and contacted all those affected to the satisfaction of the Privacy Commissioner, and the matter was resolved at that point.
Did anyone in your office advise anyone in the Premier's office?
I'll take that on notice. I definitely didn't. I didn't. And ultimately, the buck stops with me. I didn't.
Okay, you weren't asleep at the time? No?
Absolutely not. I don't. You can see from the bags under my eyes, I don't sleep much.
Okay, I won't go there. On what date was the Privacy Commissioner advised of the breach?
I think I read that out, but I have to reread it. It's
I'm happy to take that question,
Mr
Minister.
Murphy.
Oh yeah, Mr Murphy.
The Privacy Commissioner was advised on the 1st of October. The data incident was brought to the attention of the department late in the afternoon on the 30th of September. So it was the next morning, effectively.
Okay. Did your department alert all of the organisations affected by this breach?
Yes, we did.
Okay, when?
Well, the data incident was reported to us on the 30th of September as we then commenced an analysis of the data set to see what sort of exposure there might be. That analysis was completed by the middle of October, and immediately after that, having confirmed the short list of premises that were impacted, we notified them by telephone on the 19th and 20th of October. There was a follow-up letter on the 21st of October.
Okay, how many agencies or departments were affected?
Do you mean how many?
How many did you advise?
So out of the 566,000 records in that data set that we had published, in the end there was 428 premises whose addresses had not previously been published. I'll just confirm though, there was no personal information in any of that data set. That was the names of businesses and the addresses of premises.
Okay. Going again, can we just move on to Excellion? I've just got a couple of quick questions, Minister. When were you first made aware of the Excellion breach, including people's personal data had been taken from their driver's licences?
December.
Yeah, it was about December. I might.
It might have been January. Hang on.
You just check.
I don't have the exact date to hand, but I can let you know after the break.
Okay, thank you. Did the breach include personal details of people with the 18 plus card that you get if you don't actually have a driver's licence?
The photo card.
Photo card, yeah.
There's probably a distinct difference between the part of the Excellion breach that we own versus the part of that Transport owned. So we were notified in December or January, I'll come back on the date, that there had potentially been, or there'd definitely been a global breach of Excellion data, and we had a look across government to see who was impacted by that. Transport was one that was impacted. We worked with them to arrest and make sure that the cyber protections were put in place, and then in terms of the data that was taken and what happens with that data and how customers were impacted, Transport then deal with that directly themselves. So whether the contents of that data contained breaches of data, photo cards, etc., that would be a matter for them. We wouldn't have the detail on exactly what was taken and what wasn't. We would at a high level, but not to that degree. That'd be a question for Transport.
So have all impacted licence holders now been contacted about their data being compromised?
If it was taken from a Transport data set, it would be up to Transport to notify them. So I'd have to put that question to Transport or take it on notice.
Okay, please take it on notice. That'd be great. Okay, I might pass over to Mr. Diadam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Primrose. Minister, as the Minister responsible for the Land Tax Act, do you support the current stamp duty system?
Sorry, can you, through you, Mr. Chair, could Mr. Diadam repeat the question?
As a Minister with joint responsibility for the Land Tax Act,
that's better.
Do you support the current stamp duty scheme?
Oh, look, if you read my inaugural speech about 1,000 years ago now, it feels like, Mr. Diadam, I remember saying...
Not on the top of my pile.
Well, I recommend you don't put it on the top of your pile because it's seriously dated. I think payroll tax and stamp duty are just the two most egregious taxes there are. They're ridiculous. So, I think there's always room for reform, and I applaud the Premier for his leadership on that.
So you're supporting the Premier's proposal to replace stamp duty with a new annual tax on homeowners?
I think the Premier has indicated that this needs a national approach, and I think when he was the Treasurer, he was speaking to other Treasurers of Labor persuasion as well. Because, look, there is no doubt the tax system in the country is broken. It is absolutely terrible. And it just in payroll tax, it just drives me. I'm telling you my position. Payroll tax is just insane. Like we spend so much money propping up businesses, understandably, in difficult times, with one hand, and then the other hand we tax them because they employ people. It's just a ridiculous tax. Stamp duty is.
I'm not talking about payroll tax.
Stamp duty is also, I think, when you look at all the major reports, that is the most inefficient tax there is. Most inefficient tax. So it's a matter for the Treasurer. Obviously, that's he sets the policies together with leads the government in relation to tax reform. But you can ask him that question.
Have you requested any briefings from your department or advice from your department on the proposal advanced by the then Treasurer and now Premier?
No.
No?
No.
Ms. Hogan, have you provided any advice on the impacts to the Minister?
No. Mr. Johnston from Revenue New South Wales is responsible for delivering those services on behalf of Treasury, and the policy settings are outlined by Treasury, and they were addressed, or I think they may have been addressed in Friday's committee when Mr. Johnston appeared.
So have any impacts on the land registry system?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure of the answer to that.
Okay, thank you. I might move on to another topic. Minister, in 2019 you promised to deliver 14 new Service New South Wales centres, including 10 new permanent centres over 3 years. Can you confirm that all of these centres will be completed by the 1st of January 2023?
I can confirm that the overwhelming majority of them are on track, but there are some challenges with some centres because we're still trying to find locations for them. But I'm happy for Mr. Rees to provide more detail.
Run us through those centres that you don't expect to be completed in time.
Yeah, I'm happy to go through unless you want to go through it.
We can go through one by one, but I think the headline would be that we do believe we're on track to complete that financial year.
I'm happy for you to go through them one by one. Which of the centres don't you believe will be
No, Mr. Rees, I said there are challenges. I didn't say we won't. I said there are challenges. And there
Perhaps
are.
you could identify the centres where there are challenges and what those challenges are.
Now, from the top of my head, and
let's start with Northmead. Is Northmead one of the ones where you've got challenges, Minister?
give me a couple of seconds to process, and then go through the chair. At this state, no site is secured, but we're still looking for a site in Northmead.
You don't have a site. 3 years after the promises were made, you don't even have a site for the Northmead Service Centre?
So maybe if I can comment. So we work through Property New South Wales to identify suitable sites and secure suitable sites. At the moment, the advice from Property New South Wales is that there isn't a suitable property available in the market. They're continuing to explore options.
But we are, as I said, we're
available. No. So in light of that, and in light of the time it takes to secure a property, sign a lease, do shop fit out, recruit staff, Mr. Rees, do you expect that Northmead will open before the 1st of January, the 1st of January 2023?
So our planning is based around financial years, Mr. Adams. So at the moment, our plans would indicate that we will be able to open all those centres by the 30th of June in that year, being the completion of the financial year.
30th of June.
That's the financial
Perhaps you
year
might be
end.
able to tell us what the status of the Maryland's promise site is.
Do you want to answer that? Do you want me to?
So the update I have there is that there is an early tenancy opportunity for delivery to be brought forward. We do have a lease executed for that site, and I think we had the handover and site access completed on the 17th of January, so we're tracking well for that site.
So you've signed the lease. How long will it take you before the lease, from the signature of the lease to being in a position to fit out the site?
So I don't have a precise date for the opening, so I'd need to take that question on notice.
Can I, sorry, Mr. D'Adam, these seem to be, may I ask, these seem to be very reasonable questions. They were your undertaking 3 years ago, and we're taking everything on notice. You've come to budget estimates. Minister, is there anything you know about any of this stuff at all?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. But everything's been taken on notice even by your senior officers.
That's false. Well, not everything's taken on notice.
So maybe if I can comment. So of the 10 service centres, four have opened. There's 2 key challenges that have really impacted the delivery of all centres, including the remaining. One is access to suitable sites. The second is the impact of COVID on supply chain. So there are a number of variables that
are they going to be opened or not?
So
is the promise going to be kept or not?
So our planning has us opening all of those centres by the end of that financial year.
And Mr. Rees has already said that. That was not taken on notice.
No, okay. And you're saying the same, Minister, confirming that?
Yes, I back in the agency advice.
Good.
Services, I look at what service delivers and I look at what Labor delivered under the RTA and I know which one I'd back in.
Okay, so they'll be open, says the
Well, I'd back in service over the RTA every day.
So it's the best of our planning, but again, there are variables there that we need to manage through the delivery of these, including access to suitable property. There are specific requirements that we have for the property that enables us to deliver the full range of services.
And you haven't even secured the sites?
We've secured a number of the sites. A number of the sites are still part of a search conducted by Property New South Wales.
Sorry, Mr. D'Adam, I'll leave 10 back to you.
That's all right. I was going to go to the specifics of Randwick. Where are we up to with Randwick, Minister?
Do you want to answer? Do you want me to? Yeah, you might as well.
So we don't yet have a site secured for Randwick. Feedback from Property New South Wales is there's currently no market available to meet all of our business needs, so we're working through what an alternate approach could be.
No site, and no prospects then for Randwick. Is that what you're saying?
I think the key challenge for Randwick is finding a site that can also support driver testing. So there's discussions around whether we can enable a site or find a site that's suitable in that location, but rely on other surrounding service centres for the delivery of driver testing, practical driver testing.
So you don't have so it's sounding a lot like Mr. Rees that that's highly improbable that you're going to be able to deliver that one on time.
So as I said, at the moment our planning has us completing all of them on time, recognising that there is always some risk to those plans.
What about Glenmore Park? Do you have a site for Glenmore Park?
Peter.
So the feedback I have on Glenmore Park is that delivery is delayed due to the redevelopment of the Glenmore Park Town Centre. There's a DA that I believe is required there, and so we're working through that at the moment.
At 12:45?
When I say it's delayed, that's from our
15 minutes.
sort of original aspiration of opening dates. We're still aiming to complete that site within the overall program schedule.
That doesn't sound very promising, I have to say. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. Minister, are you satisfied
I'll work out.
with this level of uncertainty about delivering on your government's election promises?
Yes, Reedsby's been completed, Engadine completed, Roseland's completed, Edmondson Park completed. There are, as I said, challenges because of COVID. There's no doubt about that. Challenges in the marketplace, no doubt about that. But we continue to work towards those deadlines.
I think my time is.
No,
Mr. Chair?
No, you can continue, Mr. Diadam. Keep rolling with any questions you have.
How much time have I got?
Half an hour.
You've got till 1 o'clock.
You don't have to.
Go nuts.
Till 1 o'clock?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Go nuts.
Well, I might hand back to Mr. Primrose.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea.
Okay.
Let's go back to Park and Pay.
Well,
Love Park and Pay.
I've got lots of questions here.
I
on
love
Park
putting
and
the
Pay.
public first. Vested interests a distant second. Very distant.
What vested interests are you talking about, Minister?
I don't know. The vested interest that would be against public interest. Who would that be?
I don't know. I don't mix in your circle, Minister.
Who would want to be in the status? Who would want to keep the status quo? Oh, it's not the RMA. They don't want the status quo. They want public interest. They want Park and Pay.
Yeah.
The Disability Council, they don't want status quo. They want public interest. They want Park and Pay.
Can I, in relation to your Digital Restart Fund?
It's great, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm very proud of it, Mr. Primrose. Very proud of it.
How much and what percentage
2.1 billion.
is administration
It was initially
costs?
1.6, and then I managed to get the Treasurer to give me an extra half.
Minister, if you don't want to answer the questions, just...
No, I want to. I do. Sorry, I apologise.
Thank you. Apology accepted. How much and what percentage of the fund actually is used for administration costs?
Oh, I have to ask Mr. Wells.
You don't know?
No, I don't, because there are so many projects across the fund. I don't know the...
I thought you were proud of this project.
I am very proud of what we've done, and in fact, I am so proud that Intermedium, who does a digital government readiness indicator report, lauds the fact that we are the only government that has put this much money into digital infrastructure so that we can provide the digital services that a modern society requires, that we can do the digital driver's licence,
Minister,
that we can do all these things.
Thank you, Minister.
If you're asking for
I'm asking you for information,
around... Well, then
not a media release.
Well,
very
then,
specifically.
Well, then
you don't know how much of the fund is used for administration?
I said Mr. Wells might know. I don't know.
Okay.
It's 1%.
1%. Okay. how much is recurrent funding?
So what we set out with Digital Restart is a guide that I think targets 2/3 capital, 1/3 recurrent. But as we go through the process each year, and I'll just clarify in the previous answer, that 1% covers Treasury, DCS, and other agencies that assist in governing the fund. But in terms of capital and recurrent, we target 2/3 capital, 1/3 recurrent, because some of the solutions, as the Minister, there's more than 180 projects have now been through the fund. Some of those projects will have different components of OPEX and CAPEX. So each year we reconcile that with Treasury as part of the annual process and adjust as we need to. Okay, so we're talking how much? 25% is recurrent funding? So yeah, 2/3, 1/3, so a bit more than 25%.
Okay, about 33%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a guide. Yep.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, because I thought earlier when we were talking about how much was being clipped off the top, we were talking about 5%. We don't clip anything off. So we take administration for Digital Restart is 1%. 1%. Not 5%, 1%. And again, that's to govern the working groups, to work with clusters to assist them with lean business cases and input into the fund, to assist with assurance of projects that go through the fund, etc. So that's 1%, not 5%, to administer the projects that are eligible. Roughly in dollar terms, how much are we talking about?
Well, that's roughly a couple of $1 million. So
a couple of $1 million.
Yep.
Over 2.1
billion.
Yeah, 2.1.
A couple of million goes into admin.
Yeah.
Over $2.1 billion.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've got other things here, but probably, Minister, because they're actually quite detailed and I don't think you'd be able to answer them by the sound of it, so I might talk to your officers.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not responsible for the micro detail. That's my excellent agency that does that hard work, the heavy lifting. My job is to set the vision and to make sure it's implemented.
And not to have some form of oversight?
As I said, to make sure it's implemented.
But you approve the funding.
I think I just answered the question. I think we're ad idem yet again.
Well, let's talk about something then that you have some interest and oversight in, and that's iVoting. Do you think iVoting is working well in New South Wales?
Oh, clearly there were challenges with it.
What were those challenges, Minister?
I'll defer that to Mr. Wells.
Minister, can I say?
Yep, you can say what you want.
Let's talk about your vision then.
Yep.
Right, since you don't know the detail. What is your vision for iVoting?
I disagree with that. No, again, Mr. Primrose, with somebody of your expertise, and I'll lend it expertise. Somebody that's been around for so long, do you really want to degrade yourself into that language? I am across the detail as is required, but I have experts around me that have the day-to-day operational responsibility for running the agency.
I'm asking you then, Minister, what is your vision for iVoting in New South Wales?
Well, again, in my world, because when I was a lawyer, I actually represented unions, or the left wing of the Labor Party, as it were, and they had a union, and I represented them in a massive fraud case, a ballot fraud case, election fraud case. Went before Michael Moore of the Industrial Court at the time, went to the High Court indeed. So I know the voting irregularities that can occur at elections. And I believe that ultimately that...
This is very interesting. He's going exactly to the heart of your question, which was about his vision for iVote. I'd like to hear the rest of the Minister's answer.
All I can hear is something about him someone with allegations of voting fraud.
There was a book written about it. As I said, there's plenty of judgments on it. So I
Runs a long way from the actual question, Minister.
Oh, it's very close.
bit of
It's very
defence,
close
bit of
because
interference.
it goes close to the vision. Because I saw firsthand. I remember it was actually.
Minister, can I ask you
bringing
again?
back the glory days.
Minister, if you
It was
don't want to
Professor
answer
Westwood.
questions,
that was a forensic
I'm
document
asking you a
examiner.
very specific question. You said
It was
other
very
people know
rude.
the details, not you, and you're responsible for the vision. So I ask you, what is your vision for iVoting?
To make sure that it provides an option for people to use a digital platform to vote in a secure, trusted environment.
Okay, of the requested $122 million to improve cyber security, how much has the government actually provided to the New South Wales Electoral Commission?
Again, I'll defer that to Greg Wells.
So I think their original request was $22 million, not $122 million. But so far what's been approved for uplifting the Electoral Commission's cybersecurity posture is $4.8 million. That's the first tranche, Mr Primrose, of a process, as I said, if we go through with Digital Restart to enable clusters and agencies to get started quickly, which is what this is enabling the Electoral Commission to do.
Okay. I'll come back to that one this afternoon. Given the COVID-19 restrictions that were in place for the last round of council elections and the anticipated increase in demand for iVote, what extra funding was made available for the New South Wales Electoral Commission for that election?
Our focus again is on the cybersecurity uplift of the Electoral Commission. We're in close contact with them. That I think any other questions around funding for the Electoral Commission probably would be a question for Treasury.
Okay. In relation to the uplift, as you say, how much money was made available to them?
$4.88 million.
Okay.
What fund was that from?
From the cybersecurity allocation, as I talked about before, within the Digital Restart Fund. So again, as the Minister pointed out earlier, there was a first reservation under Digital Restart of $240 million for clusters to take advantage of to uplift their cybersecurity position. Subsequently, there was $75 million allocated for small and independent agencies to take advantage of that too. So it's from that reservation, Mr Dion.
Given the expertise of your agency, Minister, what testing was undertaken to ensure iVote would handle the increased demand at that election? Do you know, Minister, or are you going to flip it to your staff again?
No, well, there's an assurance framework in place in relation to everything that goes through the Digital Restart Fund.
Yep.
I am not part of the operational arm that looks at every project, as you'd appreciate. But Mr Wells may be able to answer that. Because if that's the question you're asking, it goes to Mr Wells.
Well, I just thought it may have.
No, I don't sit in the public service, and
I just thought it may have been an interest of yours.
I'm not in the working groups working through the assurance frameworks, but Mr Wells would be able to answer that if you're interested in the answer.
Well, I am interested in it. Okay, maybe you can inform us, both the Minister and myself, Mr Wells.
So there's probably 3 or 4 functions that we work with the Electoral Commission on, Mr Primrose. So we do, as part of our assurance function, work with them to make sure their projects are set up for success. So there's an assurance input, there's a cybersecurity input that I've talked about, and we're also assisting the Electoral Commission at the moment to look at what they can do to set up for success for next year. That will include commercial negotiation, it'll include platform stability and scalability assistance as well. So there's a number of dimensions or things we are working closely with the Commission on.
Okay, so basically I got out of that you're looking at doing good and opposing evil. Can you give us some more specifics? What action has the government taken to address the failures of iVoting, and what specifically is proposed to ensure that it works next year?
Okay, so I can go through each of those categories if you like specifically.
Even if you take it on
first
notice,
of all,
I'm very happy for you to take it on
either
notice.
way.
I'm just looking for details.
Okay, so I'm not going to go into the specifics of the cybersecurity uplift and details that the Electoral Commission has prioritised and planned for obvious reasons. But in terms of scalability and stability of the platform, our platforms team is working closely with their team to make sure that we can do everything we can to make sure it's set up to scale. In terms of commercials, I understand that we're working closely to look at their provider, their vendor Cytel, and how we can assist with any negotiations that that's taking place with that vendor, as well as I said before, the assurance framework that we work through with all projects, not just this one, but with all projects, to make sure that enhancements are set up for success. The additional piece, Mr Primrose, is, as we have done previously with all elections, Cybersecurity New South Wales provides a range of services leading up to and on the day of the elections to assist with monitoring, threat escalations and all those sorts of things as well. So there's, across the spectrum of cyber assurance platforms and commercials, there's quite a lot of detail.
Can I ask you then, through the Minister, if I may, who was at fault for what happened at the last election?
So, as I said, that's something we're looking into with the Electoral Commission at the moment.
Does your agency accept responsibility?
We don't run the Electoral Commission systems, Mr Primrose, but we work very closely with them to set them up for every bit of success we can.
Who do you think was responsible?
As I said, we're working with them closely to do everything we can to assist them to set up for success.
You did your job properly by monitoring that before the election?
Sorry, I'm not sure of the question.
Do you believe that you performed appropriately your responsibility before the election?
We monitor the cyber threats associated with the elections, and that's something that we've done previously and will no doubt agree to do leading up to next year again. But we don't have direct responsibility for monitoring the performance of the solution. Now, it's something, as I said, we're going to work closely with the Electoral Commission on to make sure we do everything we can to make sure they're set up for that success. But some of these questions are probably more appropriate for the Electoral Commission.
I just hope you do a better job, maybe, election than the most recent one. Okay. Can I ask you, Minister, is the staffing for cybersecurity in New South Wales included in the Department of Customer Services, or is it separate?
No, it's with DCS, with us.
Okay. What's the staff? How many people?
I believe that's currently 49, but I'll just clarify that, Mr Primrose, and make sure that's 100% correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I ask you, can you guarantee that iVoting will be up and running to support our most vulnerable voters by March 2023, and it will be safe and secure?
So, as I said, we'll do everything we can to set the Electoral Commission up for success, but these are probably questions for the Electoral Commission.
Okay.
I'll jump in here, Mr. Primrose, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Minister, can I ask you about test and isolate payments? The program's been closed for some months. There are 11,723 applications still to be processed. Is that correct? Or do you have an updated figure on that?
Do you have a figure?
David will have it.
So, Mr Diadam, I think that figure you're referring to would be the gap between the applications received and the applications paid. There's a number of things that can account for that, including applications that are deemed fraud.
Perhaps you could break that number down for me so that I can understand how many of those applications, if that's the application number, fraudulent applications, and how many are genuine applications waiting to be processed.
To the best of my knowledge, we don't have test and isolate payments still waiting to be processed. I believe there was a significant level of attempted fraud on that program. So are you saying that 11,723 figure is actually, they're all suspected fraudulent payments? I won't go so far as to say they're all suspected fraud payments, but certainly that would account for a large portion of those.
Right, and what's the process for determining that?
We have a.
The deck's going to be cleared, I suppose, is the point that I'm asking. I mean, you're saying that they're suspect applications. When are you going to get that number down to zero so that we know the status of all applications and those who are waiting to be paid have been paid?
So I'll take on notice whether there's any applications that are sitting outside of suspected fraud or fraud triage that are still waiting to be paid. So I think that's the core of the question. In terms of the time it takes, there's a a very significant fraud control framework that sits around these programs. When we do identify indicators of potential fraud, there's a lot of care taken and diligence taken to make sure that actually those those applications do represent suspected fraud and aren't false positives and preventing customers from getting paid. That can often include...
How do you make sure that your fraud prevention approach isn't actually causing hardship to genuine applications?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's one of the...
There could be genuine applications in amongst that, and that as a result of the approach that you're taking there, those people are left waiting, perhaps desperately in need of support.
It's a great question. It's one of the real challenges of managing fraud in these programs. It takes significant amount of analysis and often confirmation with customers to ultimately form a view of whether an item is in fact suspected fraud before that's referred to for the police for further investigation and charging. So through all of these programs, you're constantly balancing those tensions and improving processes, systems, and the data that underpins that analysis.
Minister, are you satisfied that needy people are getting the money they need as quickly as they need?
We're, as I said at the time, we're moving heaven and earth to make sure that the money was flying out the door as quickly as possible with all the constraints at the time of COVID. Is it perfect? No. But have the majority of the people received the bulk of the money? Yes. But there's always room for improvement, Mr. Adam.
Minister, what are you doing to expedite the 20,000 pending applications for micro business grants?
Well, again, I'm working with the agency headed by Mr. Rees in relation to that, but I'll be guided by the agency to make sure. Well, Mr. Rees, you want to...
So maybe to elaborate on that. So, Mr. Diadam, again, there's a range of things that can account for that number, including applications that have been...
Sorry, Mr. Rees, that question was specifically to the Minister about the steps that he's taken, not really a question.
Well, I've asked my agency to make sure that and it's not just me, a number of people have asked to make sure that the money is paid as soon as possible, but to ensure that the fraud mitigation steps are in place. Now, obviously, the agency is working through that. And Mr. Rees is happy to elaborate if you want to listen to the answer.
Mr. Rees?
So there's a range of cases that would make up the number that I think you're referring to, Mr. Diadam. The applications that are not sitting within fraud triage at the moment, where customers are still working with us on final payments, would number less than 1,000. Many of those cases are where customers are required...
Are you able to provide on notice the specific numbers? Those heading in fraud triage, those still waiting to be processed?
I can do that. Maybe just the final point of clarification. A large portion of customers that are still to be processed, that will be waiting on customers to evidence further information of their eligibility in order to receive those payments. But we can provide a further breakdown on notice.
Can you provide us some detail around where we're up to with JobSaver? Apparently there's 1,769 applications remaining unprocessed. Is that a similar story?
It will be, so happy to provide the breakdown on notice if that's helpful.
Are you suggesting that of that 1,769, that the majority of them are in a triage pile?
There's a lot of programs, Mr. Diadam, so I'd have to take on notice the specifics for that one, but all of them have those common characteristics around a range of drivers for the reasons that applications can still be outstanding. For the JobSaver program, as I understand it, the number of outstanding customers is much lower than you've indicated. We have, literally two that are incomplete applications where we're waiting on a customer to submit further information. We have six applications that are currently pending manual assessment, and there's another, 38 that need some form of follow-up with the customer. We have a range in fraud triage, but the number where the application is complete and ready to be processed sits at 6.
Can I ask you about debt recovery notices? Some as high as $100,000 that have been issued by your department. Do you think now is the time to be chasing people for significant amounts, given that it's going to place an enormous burden on those affected businesses in particular?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
That's a matter for the Minister responsible, which is Minister Trudeau.
Well, do you not have an opinion on it, Minister?
I strongly recommend that you.
And
My opinion is that you should approach the appropriate minister. That's my opinion.
Very well.
How are we going for time, Chair?
You've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I might.
I can buy you a coffee instead if you want, Mr. Dowden. I can buy you a coffee instead, Mr. Dowden, if you want.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Primrose? You want to...
Yeah, Minister, as I've indicated, I'll be seeking information, so I'll ask your staff this afternoon, your officers. But can I ask you, how often do you update your websites?
Oh, there's a lot of websites that we're trying to consolidate, Mr. Primrose. Which website did you have in mind?
All of them. I mean, are there any that are out of date?
That's a big question.
Only got 4 minutes.
I'm just asking, are there any that are significantly out of date? Surely you want to lead
across government, in our department, in which one?
In your agency.
But there's a number of websites which drive me spare, mind you. That's why we're going through a website consolidation, because I think there's just too many websites across government, which confuses the customer. But yeah, it depends which website you had in mind.
How often does your agency review the information on its websites to ensure that
it's ongoing, but Mr. Murphy can give you...
Our websites are always under review for updating and making sure that the information's relevant, accurate, etc. If you're aware of any information on any of our websites that you think is out of date, I'd appreciate hearing about that, and we can make sure we check that out.
Okay, so you're not aware of any?
I'm not aware of any that we know are out of date that aren't in the process of being updated.
Okay. Can you tell us a bit more, Minister, about the proposal to amalgamate the web pages?
You consolidate web pages?
Yeah. What does that involve?
Oh, well, to your question, there are numerous websites across agencies that have different interfaces, different experiences, that the people of our state need to traverse. It is just web page graffiti in my view. And if we're truly putting people at the centre, the customer at the centre of everything we do, we must make it easier for them. And that's why we set up nsw.gov, and they were front and centre in relation to the pandemic response. That was your trusted source of information. Because it's easier to update and keep an eye on one website to make sure that is, has a great user experience and interface than 1,000 websites. So, we're collectively going through all the websites right across government to see, which ones are being used, which ones are, for example, there'd be a whole lot of websites that might only get 1 or 2 clicks, and if that information can be brought into a place that is easier to absorb that information from the people of our state, well, then it's a better experience.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that might do us.
All right.
We'll give the Minister a 30-second.
Thank you, Mr. Primrose.
That pretty much does take us to 1 o'clock. I'm now looking to the government if they want to answer or ask some follow-ups.
Go for it, Peter.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive and detailed responses today. Just for the benefit of this committee, before we wrap up for this session, did you have any final comments or information that might be useful?
Just that, thanks, Mr. Primrose. I just think that more broadly, what we are trying to achieve here in the Department of Customer Service is something that has not been done by any other government, definitely in the country, and we're right up there in the world. And I remember 2 or 3 years ago when people asked me what was the Department of Customer Service, because it was brand new. No one had a clue. And understandably, because it was brand new. But now, when you look at what we've done in terms of our response to the pandemic and the like, we are front and centre of so many important initiatives now that make life easier for the great people of our state. So, I appreciate all the questions today, and I accept that we're not perfect. But we are well and truly on a journey of transforming for the better the lives of the people of our state. And I'll end on this note. I just ask people to remember the days of the RTA and the Perspex classes before COVID, and where we are today. It is not a world away; it's a planet away.
Metaverse.
But there's more to learn and more to do. Sorry?
A metaverse.
I thought you were going to throw the
Metaverse away.
Metaverse away.
That's number 5. Well done. Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
All right. Well, that concludes our questioning of you, Minister. We'll return with the public servants at 2:15 after lunch.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
welcome back to this afternoon's session with the public servants from Department of Customer Service. I will throw directly to questions from the opposition. Looking to my right now, Mr. D'Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start the questioning. To whoever is the best person to field this one, can I ask in relation to investment in mobile black spot towers, how much has the government invested, both in new locations and upgrading current locations?
That would be Mr. Wells.
Thanks,
Since the state election, mind you.
Thanks, Mr. D'Adam. As I said this morning, there's multiple rounds of mobile black spot programs that we're working on. Some are initiated by the Commonwealth, which we co-invest in. Some are initiated by industry, which we also co-invest in. So I think in terms of summarising of all the rounds we're currently engaged in, there's 174 sites that we target to increase, of which we've completed 137. So, and at completion, that will extend coverage by 1,800 kilometres of transport routes. It'll cover 57,000 residents and 28,000 premises.
On notice, are you able to provide details of the locations of those sites and the dates that they were completed?
Yeah, I can look into that, certainly.
And also the specific funding round that related to the completion of each of those towers?
Yep, we have all that.
Great. And has any of the funding for the mobile black spot towers come from the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund?
I believe the fund's called the Connecting Country Communities Fund, Mr. Adam. I think that was previously known as the Regional Digital Connectivity Fund. I can take on notice how that relates to the Snowy Fund that you mentioned.
Right. So are you saying that the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund's been renamed, or
no, not at all.
can you just elaborate on that? That's a bit unclear what you're saying.
Sure. So the funding for these programs, the Mobile Black Spots programs, come from something called the Connecting Country Communities Fund, and 11 million of that fund was dedicated to regional internet services, and 39 million was dedicated to targeting mobile black spots. So the multiple rounds that I've talked about are from the 39 million of that $50 million Connecting Country Communities Fund. Now we work in close collaboration with Regional New South Wales in prioritising implementing these fixes, and yeah, so happy to take on notice by round what's been completed and where.
Okay, and so in terms of the total value of expenditure on the Black Spot program, how much is that?
41.
More or less than 300 million.
This particular fund is $41.2 million is our contribution to this program. All rounds of this program.
What's the overall value of the fund?
The overall value of the fund, as I said, this Connecting Country Communities Fund was $50 million.
50 million, okay.
So I think that's...
Are you able to... You go on, sorry, Mr. Moss.
So I think that's different to the Snowy Hydro fund you mentioned previously. I think this is a separate fund.
Right, and as far as you're aware, no funds from Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund have been used for the Black Spot program?
Look, I think that's probably a question for Regional New South Wales, but I can take that on notice and try and follow that up for you.
Okay, thank you. And since the 2019 election, how much has the government invested in data centres?
So, Mr. D'Adam, we obviously operate two government data centres, one in Unanderra in the south and one in Silverwater in Sydney. I'll take on notice the exact investment, but at this stage what we're doing with those government data centres is essentially maintaining those. So, yeah, important to note we're maintaining those two government data centres on behalf of government, into which we've consolidated, over the past 10 years, many data centres into those two facilities. But I'll take on notice the exact spend year on year since 2019, as you asked.
And do those data centres have any role in improving speed or reliability for regional internet?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of what was consolidated in regional data centres or in to be honest, in computer cupboards and equipment that really weren't worthy of being called a data centre, has definitely improved the reliability, the security and the speed of a lot of services that are consumed by regional customers, yeah.
And have any of the funds for these data centres come from Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund? Are you aware?
No, not that I'm aware.
And so what's the value of the investment in data centres for the last 3 years to provide?
Yeah, as I said, it's now in a sort of operating phase, but I'll take that on notice and come back what our investment is year on year.
I might hand over to Mr Primrose then.
Thank you, Mr D'Adam. I'd just like to return briefly to the issue of flood support, please. And again, with all of my questions, whoever is the most appropriate, please answer them. Now, I understand the federal and state government have pledged financial support. Can you tell me which agency will be leading the community support programs? Have you been advised of that?
By community support programs, do you mean just the financial delivery component?
Or of the various programs that the state government will be delivering to ensure that there's some relief and for the communities.
So Resilience New South Wales usually leads or coordinates the overall emergency response. Obviously the SES and other emergency services are very involved in the on-the-ground response. As it comes to delivering financial support, the Commonwealth will deliver some and we will deliver some. As it becomes clearer, the level of support that the public will need ongoing once we get through the crisis component that we're in at the moment, it may be that Service New South Wales provides ongoing support to the community.
So, given that we're talking about a week since the floods hit Lismore, and we're also talking about many other areas, including northwest Sydney, where I come from, being affected, has there been consultation between your agency and Resilience New South Wales?
Yeah, so there is a state emergency operations group that is stood up, and we're a member of that. So we meet each day on what's happening and how each agency is responding, and it's coordinated by that mechanism. And then we play a role in comms on nsw.gov.au and other forms of communications channels, and we play a role through the Telco Authority in Mr Wells's remit, and obviously in service through Mr Rees's remit.
Okay, and that's chaired by Resilience New South Wales?
It's chaired by the CECON, so whoever the leader is on the day. I think sometimes it's chaired by Commissioner Fitzsimmons and sometimes it's chaired by police. Mr Murphy attends these meetings regularly.
Okay. In terms of financial support, are you aware of any undertakings yet that have been given by your agency or the government as a whole? Yeah, so there's a disaster relief payment which is already in play with the feds, which I think is $1,000 per person. Mr Rees might have more detail. We're in the process of working on a business grant that will be delivered this week, and then we're just working through the other support mechanisms over the coming days. I imagine the Premier and the Treasurer would wish to announce the what and the how and the why and the when later in the week. How long do you think it will be before cheques start appearing in people's accounts after their application's lodged? I think it depends on the grant that's applied for, and it depends on the complexity of the application process. I'll let Mr Rees comment further, but my understanding is some of the policy settings for these are a joint initiative between the state and the federal government, and some will be directly state-driven, and they're the ones we're working through at the moment. So I'll ask Mr Rees to comment further.
Maybe just one initiative to add to Ms Hogan's update. I believe Resilience New South Wales have an emergency hardship support mechanism in place that's also accessible now. For the first piece of support that Service New South Wales is delivering, which is that expansion of the flood support to impacted businesses, as Ms Hogan said, we expect to make that available for applications this week. There'll be two components to that that program. It's modelled on existing flood support that's available for impacted businesses through 2021. So the first $15,000 can be provided to businesses in advance of them incurring expenditure, and the remaining $35,000 is subject to a subsequent application following businesses incurring expenditure. We expect the first portion of that to be processed quickly on our end, and for payments to flow as quickly as we can to businesses.
By quickly, you mean?
So it is dependent on volumes, but we would expect to have money flowing to businesses within 5 to 10 days of complete applications being submitted. These application processes, from previous experience, can sometimes take time for business customers to provide a complete application, but once that complete application has been provided, we expect to get that funds to customers quickly.
How complex do you expect the application form and the process will be?
It's of course subjective. Our goal is always to make it as simple as possible. We also need to work with the Commonwealth on their requirements of evidence, but certainly our goal is to make it as simple as possible. We also have teams available that can help businesses make those submissions where businesses require assistance.
We've seen that 2 years on or more from the bushfires, there are still people living in tents and I've visited them like many others, and caravans. One of the constant complaints is just the total inability of working through a very complex system. Have you reviewed the experience of the bushfires to make sure it's not replicated here?
So I think that there's certainly a lot of learnings on many fronts from bushfires, and we are, as an organisation, we continually adapt based on the feedback of our customers. One of the services that was introduced in bushfires, which I think has made a big difference there, is the customer care service. So there was a recognition that actually there are many forms of support available from different tiers of government and outside of government, but it can be difficult, particularly if you're under personal pressure. It can be difficult to understand and navigate that support. That's the role that customer care from Service New South Wales plays, and we continue to work to this day with customers who were impacted by those original bushfires through that process of recovery, helping them to understand and access the various support mechanisms they need along the way.
Any other particular key things that you learnt in relation to the problems that are associated with people applying for support following the bushfires that you're going to change and apply here?
One of the questions that's constantly asked is how do you make the ability for people to access services as quickly as possible? I think bushfires affirmed the need to enable people to make those applications digitally without requiring a physical visitation to Service New South Wales. So certainly it's confirmed things that worked well. We do see challenges sometimes experienced, particularly around people's ability to prove who they are, or sometimes to evidence loss. And so we've continued to iterate on our services where possible to take that into account.
How would you take that into account?
So an example would be different forms of evidence accepted for damage. So looking at beyond invoices, can we factor other things such as photographs of damaged property?
Okay. So what measures have you put in place so that people who no longer have access to digital information are able to access this information?
So we can help customers from a number of points of presence. Our service centres themselves, we have digital service teammates who can assist customers to make their applications digitally through service centres. We provide phone-based support. Our mobile service centres are equipped with the people and the technology to assist in customers making those applications. We have a presence within the recovery centres. Depending on the centre and depending on where we're at in that journey of recovery, we potentially can help people from those recovery centres to make those applications as well.
I'll call them Service New South Wales buses. How many are you sending to the Northern Rivers or in the North Coast?
So of the 4 that we have, 2 have been sent to the northern region, and that's a situation we'll constantly assess.
I would add, though, Mr Primrose, that We also have a number of disaster recovery centres that have been established. I think there was 2 that kicked off on Saturday, a number of others in planning for this week, and we have Service New South Wales representatives in those centres as well. So we have a dual response plan there in that we have boots on the ground in those service centres, and then we put the buses where it's safe to be and safe for our community to get to.
In terms of additional staff, can you tell me how many have been allocated, full-time equivalents to that area?
So there's a few mechanisms in place. We have an ability to mobilise Service New South Wales teammates into regions that have been impacted. Also across the broader Department of Customer Service, we have a group of people that have volunteered to step in situations like that. We've leveraged both of those, both to staff the recovery centres and to put extra people into these communities. I don't have an exact number for you, but I could take that on notice.
Please, thank you. In terms, you mentioned previously that you had daily meetings with Resilience New South Wales. Is that correct? What's that group called? Does it have a title?
It's the sorry, I think it's the CEACOM. Is that what it's called? Well,
there's a number of groups under the governance around the emergency management arrangements. There's a whole hierarchy of structures around how that works.
but it's run by Emergency Services, and we're an attendee.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's, you meant, are these pre-existing groups?
So whenever there's a crisis, there is a number of hierarchical governance groups that are set up, and various agencies are called to attend.
Yep.
And we play a role in those. As I mentioned earlier, we have the Telco Authority in Mr Wells's remit, Service New South Wales and William, and then I will sometimes attend depending on what I'm coordinating on behalf of the whole team.
If I could add, those groups, complement and are complemented by the working relationships of the agency. So, as an example, for the support that's being launched this weekend, that work continued all through the weekend to prepare that, and that's agencies working directly with each other.
Do you expect to receive any additional resources from Resilience New South Wales to support flood victims?
Well, I don't think we need additional resources from New South Wales, from Resilience New South Wales. I think their resources are very focused on the crisis response on the ground. We're more focused on how do we communicate to community what's happening, and how do we communicate where to get support from, and then we focus on delivering that support. And in Mr Wells's area, we're focused very much on keeping the safety network up and running so emergency services can talk to each other during this time.
Okay, thank you. I might hand back to my colleague.
Thank you, Mr Primrose. I might just come back to data centres for a moment. I think, Mr Wells, you indicated that there were 2 data centres. The government had committed to building 6 data centres by the next election. Can you tell us what the status of that commitment is? There's clearly four data centres that are missing that didn't seem to rate a mention.
Mr. De Adam, again, I think that's probably a question for regional New South Wales. I think where you're getting to is, as part of the Snowy Fund, they were investigating. I'm not sure this is still the case. A question for regional again. Whether it was appropriate to look at edge data centres, so data centres in the regions that might have computing power and data sitting in edge data centres that might benefit regional communities. But in terms of the overall government's data centre strategy, as I said before, our strategy has been in place for probably 10 years or more. That strategy has been very successful in consolidating, I think, hundreds of data centres down into 2 purpose-built Tier 3, high availability data centres that sit in those 2 locations. And as I said,
Mr. Wells, are you telling me that you're unaware of the commitment, the $100 million commitment under regional digital connectivity to build 6 data centres?
No, I am aware of that, but that's a question for regional New South Wales in terms of the viability of that. That was something that was certainly being investigated as to whether edge data centres were going to be useful. But again, a question for regional New South Wales in terms of where that's up to.
Regional New South Wales, isn't data centres firmly in your brief?
So we are and continue to work with them on that. But they do administer the Snowy Hydro Fund, Mr. Adam.
I see. And in terms of that commitment, there was another 200 million. I think you said 50 million had been spent on black spots. So there was another 150 million that had been committed to dealing with black spots.
So I can clarify that. As I said before,
Where is that?
Yeah, so I can clarify that. So the Connecting Country Communities Fund is not part of the Snowy Hydro Fund, as I said. It's administered by Regional New South Wales as well as part of the Restart Regional Growth Fund. And as I said before, the $50 million that was allocated from that fund for internet services and for mobile black spots has been the source of funds to cover the rounds of co-funding and the investment in those 167 sites that I mentioned before. So they are separate funds, both administered by Regional New South Wales, but Telco Authority plays a role in the delivery of the Black Spot program and the Internet Services program as part of the Connecting Country Communities Fund.
So I don't really understand. You're responsible for dealing with black spots?
As I said, Mr. Adam,
yes.
Regional New South Wales administers both of those funds. We work in partnership with Regional New South Wales once priorities have been set to implement those for the Telco Authority. So in the case of the Connecting Country Communities Fund, we have been working with Regional to implement those 167 sites as part of the Mobile Black Spot program.
So,
separate to...
is it ultimately, aren't you also jointly responsible in terms of the expenditure of that commitment? I mean, that's...
So no, that's not correct.
It seems to be...
So that's not correct.
It's not correct?
No. So as I said, we work with Regional New South Wales on particularly the implementation of those programs once they're set. So questions about the priorities of the allocation of how those funds are split up and managed is one for Regional.
Regional New South Wales. Okay. All right, I might turn back to Park and Pay. Can I ask about the contract that was entered into with Duncan Solutions without a tender process? It establishes an organisation called OneGov, is that right?
Yeah, that's part of our team in customer service.
Right. And how many employees work for Park and Pay on the Park and Pay project within OneGov?
I'll take that on notice and come back to you, Mr. Adam. Not many.
Are there other elements of OneGov's operations, or is it exclusively involved in Park and Pay?
So OneGov is a team within the Government Technology Platforms team. The Government Technology Platforms team also is responsible for managing those 2 data centres that I talked about before and for establishing and running a number of government platforms, whether they be call centre platforms, payment platforms, anything where there's an opportunity to establish a whole of government platform that makes it faster to implement and safer to do so. So the OneGov team is a small development team within the Government Technology Platforms team, and happy to come back to you on notice with the size of the team that's working on the Park and Pay app.
Yeah, that should, I mean, if you could, in providing that information, if you could also distinguish between contractors, so effectively positions, even if they're not direct employees, but if you could give us a breakdown of the direct employees and any contracting positions that operate within the ambit of that team.
Yep.
Can I ask about the privacy provisions in the contract with Duncan Solutions and DCS in relation to Park and Pay app? They're different to the app's privacy provisions. Why is that?
Sorry, can you clarify the app's privacy provision?
So the privacy requirements under the app, all apps have, where there's users, there's a privacy policy that's associated with that. But the terms of the contract with Duncan Solutions have slightly different privacy arrangements. Can you perhaps elaborate on the differences and why?
I'm not aware of any differences or the relationship that you're talking about between the contract with Duncan and with the actual application. I can say, though, that the application, before it went live, as we do for all applications, went through a rigorous privacy impact assessment and does so each time there's a major release. So every time we make a major change to the application, we go back through a privacy impact assessment process. I can take on notice the arrangements within the Duncan contract as it relates to the application. As you know, to the extent I can, it's obviously a commercial in confidence contract, but I'll see what I can provide on notice around the privacy and the privacy clauses, etc., as they relate to the application.
What's the total budget for Park and Pay?
As we touched on this morning, there was an initial allocation of 1.5 million from the budget in 1920, I believe, and then an additional 1.8 through the Digital Restart Fund so far.
Right, I see. And is there an ongoing cost associated with Park and Pay? What's the anticipated ongoing operational costs of Park and Pay?
I don't have that in front of me, but I'll come back to you on notice if that's okay.
Is there is there an expectation that Park and Pay will be self-funding?
Not to my knowledge, but again, I'll come back on notice.
So there'll be a recurrent taxpayer subsidy to maintain or operate, continue to operate Park and Pay.
Yeah, look,
Is that your understanding, Mr. Wells?
All product teams have an ongoing recurrent component. So I'll come back to you, Mr. Adam, with where that, what's absorbed into GovTech platforms and what's the ongoing cost.
And in terms of perhaps if you could elaborate on whether there is any funding source either coming from the users or from the councils or other, asset holders within the infrastructure of Park and Pay. Are there any funding sources for any of those components?
No, definitely not in terms of the two you mentioned, no.
There's no revenue streams flowing from any of those?
No, there's not.
There's not. Okay. I'll ask about the Probity report that you initiated using OCM. Can you, what prompted that? Why did you feel the need to initiate a Probity review?
We regularly, I think, Mr. Adam, use Probity advisors to make sure we've followed proper procurement processes. And in this case, as he said in particular, because it was sole sourced, we wanted to make sure we were within the guidelines. Which as we've said before, confirmed that.
I see. And did you, Mr. Wells, were you the final sign-off on that?
Let me confirm that 100% on notice, Mr. Adam, but that's probably the case, yes.
Is it correct to say that there were 2 Probity reviews?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
It was just one Probity review that's been undertaken?
To the best of my knowledge, yeah.
And given the Minister's answers this morning, is it fair to say that customer service was not aware of Beth Dominello working for OCM before engaging the firm to conduct the Probity assessment?
Categorically, no.
And would you have engaged the firm had you known that the Minister had a family member working there?
Well, I don't think even the Minister knew that he had a family member working there. The Minister doesn't have any role in who we appoint on Probity matters. That would have been done independently by Mr. Wells's team.
And in terms of, avoiding apprehended bias, is it a decision that you perhaps, in retrospect, would have chosen a different provider?
Oh, I think you're asking a question that's impossible to answer, given that he doesn't know that his cousin worked there, and neither did we, and he doesn't play any role in appointing a Probity advisor. If he had have done and he'd have known we were appointing someone, I'm sure he would have declared a conflict, but he didn't know, as he said this morning, and neither did we.
So, Mr. Wells, I understand that the contract with Duncan Solutions is coming to an end. It's a 3-year contract, I think you said earlier today. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And it was signed in 2019.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So can you confirm that that it will now be subject to an open tender process?
Look, there'll be a number of options for us at that point, Mr. Adams. So I think we've still got about 3 or 4 months to run. So we're in the process of looking at our options now. And we'll. Can
you step us through the options?
Yeah.
That you're considering?
Yeah. So one is obviously an open market process to look at that. Again, if you recall, the component that we use for Duncan is around a payment gateway. So there are also other options in terms of government payment gateways and a range of opportunities that way too. So we'll assess those options. We've just started to do that, and we'll come back with the best way forward then.
When are you likely to make that decision?
In the coming months.
Coming months. Can I ask about the information sharing requirements of the Park and Pay app? So what happens is presumably there's data being collected by the users of the app, including councils, information about council infrastructure. Where does that data sit? And who owns the data?
So again, Mr. Adam, I really need to distinguish that we play no role in council procurement of parking infrastructure or solutions they use to provide availability of information or also for parking spaces or any of that. We play zero role in that. So whatever arrangements are in place with councils currently to procure those services, to store that data, that exists with councils at the moment. The arrangement we have is to consume that information or to get access to that information via this payment gateway to make sure we can expose to customers where parking spaces are and make a very simple payment process in place.
So there is a process of collecting and aggregating that data from the various users, the various councils, and the individuals who are accessing the app.
So as we talked about before,
correct.
That's correct, and that's again why we go through a privacy impact assessment, etc.
Yeah. So who owns the data? Does Duncan Solutions own the data?
No, we own the data. As I said, Duncan Solutions we're using as a software solution, a payment gateway through which it's one very small part of the solution. So yeah, we own that data.
So customer service owns the data, is that right?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. I might pass to my colleague, Mr. Primrose, now.
Thank you. I might just check with the chair. Have you got any? Happy just to keep
Yeah,
going?
happy for you to continue.
Yep. Thank you. Oh, we've got lots of them. Thank you. If I could turn to issues of grants now, and for instance, the Dine and Discover vouchers. Now, how much is still left in the kitty for that, please?
So Dine and Discover. So I've got the redeemed. I'm just trying to find the difference. Maybe let me take that on notice. I can tell you how many vouchers have been redeemed if that's helpful.
Can you tell me how many have been redeemed and out of how many were issued?
Yeah, so 5.18 million customers have actually registered and have access to their vouchers.
Yep.
I believe 15.95 million vouchers have been actually used, so redeemed.
Okay.
Of those, 9.75 million of those are Dine vouchers and 6.2 million are Discover vouchers.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that about just over half of the vouchers have been redeemed?
Yeah, approximately half. I think, between the initial program and the subsequent 2 vouchers, 6 vouchers per person, 5 million, so 30 million vouchers approximately would be out there, and about 16 million of those have been redeemed. That program is still open. What we have seen is redemption does, of course, move up and down a bit depending on overall climate and operating conditions and, of course, particularly COVID.
How long have people got to redeem them?
Until the 30th of June this year.
Okay. Is there any consideration to extending the program at this stage?
I haven't been part of any discussion to that effect.
Okay. Now, Parent New South Wales vouchers, my understanding is that when they were first provided, they didn't allow for foster parents to apply. Is that correct?
I'd need to take that on notice. I know there have been some initial challenges where a child is on a different Medicare card to their parent or their carer. I know those issues are being worked through, but I'd need to take the details on notice.
Okay, well, who runs this in your agency? I don't need to know the person, but who's the senior officer who's responsible?
So the delivery of the parent vouchers are a collaboration between Service New South Wales and the Department of Education. So Service New South Wales deliver those vouchers. We would be working with the Department of Education and others around appropriate eligibility.
Okay, well, I'd like to ask some questions on it, but it's difficult if no one at the table knows about
Depends on the specifics of your questions.
Well, my question here is eligibility. My understanding is that foster children have, as you say, their own Medicare card, and therefore initially weren't eligible.
So the eligibility will be spelt out on the website, and we can provide a specific link to the content there. I think that the challenge experienced with some children in foster care was not a question of eligibility, but the way that had been implemented by the program and the dependency or the assumption that was made about the applicant being on the same Medicare card as the child.
And ergo eligibility. Yeah. Has that now been fixed?
I'll take that on notice. I'm not 100% certain.
Okay, could you also then, if no one there knows, if it hasn't been fixed, how long before it is fixed?
We'll confirm.
Okay. Another question about Parent New South Wales vouchers. Are families along the border where they live interstate but send their children to New South Wales schools eligible for the program?
I'd need to take that question on notice, but I'll confirm.
So you don't have a briefing on it?
So we operate a lot of programs. I'm not across the eligibility of every last one. That eligibility will be made clear on the website, but I'm happy to take the question on notice.
Okay, this is very difficult asking questions if people don't know the details of their programs. Okay, another one you probably don't know anything about then. Are families along the border who live in New South Wales but send their children to interstate schools eligible for the program? Maybe you want to take that on notice too, please.
Well, I think the scenario is the same as the previous question, but I'll take that on notice.
Well, the scenario is different, but it would be worthwhile finding out about eligibility, please. Okay, the Export Assistance Grant. Can you tell me its value, please? The total allocation.
So you just need to bear with me. Okay, so the Export Assistance grant, we have made payments of $9.3 million for that program.
Yeah, out of what was the allocation?
In terms of the overall Treasury allocation for that program, I'd need to consult with Treasury and take that on notice.
Okay, I've been advised that the allocation was about $28.1 million, which equates to just over 10%. Can you tell me over what period of time this grant is actually running?
So I believe that grant was enabled on the 30th of August 2020, and as I understand it, that grant is still open.
Okay, when does it finish?
I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay. So there's no one there who can tell me about what's happening with the program that, from your figures so far, looks as though it's only spent about 10%.
I don't have any information different to Mr. Rees.
I think someone there may.
My apologies. So the advice I've got here is that the applications for that program are now closed. So it was opened in August 2020, but applications are now closed. There were 3,691 applications received for that 9.37 million of payments.
Okay. Is there a total allocation on that form that was available?
This doesn't provide an indication of the total budget that Treasury would have allocated for that, so we'll take that on notice.
Does it also give an approval rate of the applications received?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Well, can you please advise, take on notice, what was the approval rate out of the total number of applications? I think you said was the 3,691 the total of applications received or the total of those approved?
The information I've got here indicates that it's the total applications received, but we will clarify that on notice.
Okay, so if you could clarify how many were actually approved. There's also a payment, test and isolate payment. Can you tell me what that's available for?
Test and isolate was a payment that was introduced to provide financial support for customers that needed to self-isolate whilst awaiting for the results of their, at the time, PCR COVID tests. So it was a recognition that not everybody has access to leave provisions, not everyone has access to financial certainty through that period. There was a concern that that was creating an impediment to people effectively self-isolating, and the test and isolation payment was designed to provide that financial support to enable that isolation to occur.
So it was aimed to provide speedy and quick support?
Correct.
Okay. When did it close?
I believe it closed earlier this year, but I'll take the specific date on notice.
Okay. Given that it was designed to provide speedy, as you said, and rapid support, my understanding that there are still 11,697 applications still unprocessed. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's the case. So I think that would, a bit to Mr D'Adam's questions earlier today, there's a range of reasons why applications are not fulfilled, including applications that have indicators of fraud. As far as I'm aware, that all eligible applications for test and isolate payments are being fulfilled.
So there's so all applications have been processed?
All eligible applications, as far as I'm aware.
Well, presumably it means that all applications have been processed and some have been declined. That's what you're saying.
So we have applications that will sit in a fraud triage process across different grant programs. It takes, to some of the earlier conversation, that can take some time to analyse and understand whether a application is legitimate or not.
Is any of this information available on your dashboard, the numbers that we're talking about?
So the Service New South Wales website has a performance dashboard. It provides information around a range of grant programs.
Yep. So the information we've been talking about, is that available on the dashboard?
A lot of the information that we're talking about will be available there, yes.
Okay. Are there any test and isolate applications that still remain unprocessed?
So language is important here. I think from a customer's perspective, if their application has not been fulfilled, if it's part of our fraud triage process, then we will still be working through and trying to determine whether that application is fraudulent or whether it should be paid.
Okay. When do you expect that will be finalised?
So I'd need to take on notice specifically for test and isolate, but we certainly do work through those that analysis as quickly as we can.
So there's no date?
I'll take the date on notice, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, thank you. Now, I understand there's about $8 million left in the account. Is that going to be enough to cover any of these, any applications that are now approved?
For the test and isolate program? I believe so. We're not expecting any sort of significant numbers of legitimate applications still requiring payment.
Okay. And therefore, you'd be able to tell me, and please feel free to take it on notice because I suspect you may have to, what the percentage of applications that have been deemed to have been fraudulent are?
We could. We'll take that on notice.
Okay, well, I can take that as a matter in progress. Yeah, thank you. Can I ask you why, despite the program being closed for, I'll talk about the accommodation support grant, okay? When did it close?
30 November, I believe.
Okay, how many applications still remain unprocessed?
So we have the information on the total applications, of course. I'd need to confirm with you on notice the number that are still outstanding and the nature of them.
Okay. Were these applications also for a matter that required speedy resolution?
I think with any of our programs where we're providing support like this, I think from a customer's perspective, you know, that support is needed quickly. As we've been discussing, I think the information that's being referenced in the website, it talks about the total applications, it talks about the applications paid. There's a range of contributors to the difference between those numbers, and I think that's something we'll look to see whether we can provide greater transparency on that through the website. Certainly for these closed programs, the majority of that difference will be accounted for by applications that have either been declined or are still under some form of fraud-related assessment.
But you would have to agree that 30th of November last year, and we're now in March this year, for a program established to provide speedy support and assistance, it's a bit complicated that they're still being assessed. You would agree with that?
So the assessment of fraud is a complicated task. It does take some time.
Oh, so it's in process.
For those items that are in fraud triage, that's correct.
How long does the process take for most of these things? I mean, I'm picking up a pattern here that this is taking many, many months for you to work your way through, even as though there's a... What's the delay? And I'm not attributing blame here. I'm just trying to get an understanding. I mean, the Minister makes an announcement, the Premier makes an announcement, people are saying this is available, people put in their forms, and then we're finding large numbers of them are held up for many, many, many months. And for reasons, and the reason I'm being given is because they could be trying to defraud us.
So I think we'll provide greater transparency through notice. You know, I don't believe a large number of complete and legitimate applications across these programs are held up. The speed of assessment and payment for these programs is typically very, very good. Many of our programs will be assessing complete and valid applications within a matter of days and paying within a matter of days subsequent to that. The majority of applications that have been applied for but not approved will be accounted for by applications that were declined or applications that are under fraud triage.
So having 11,697 applications for the test and isolate payment still unprocessed is not being tardy?
So again, a portion of that number will be applications that were processed but were declined and won't be paid, and a portion of that will be cases that are suspected to be fraud.
Okay. On average, what percentage of these programs in the past have been found to be fraudulent?
It depends program by program. So I think the highest level of attempted fraud that we've seen across programs can sit up at around 20% of attempted fraud. And we've seen other programs where that rate is much lower. So it does very much vary on the specifics of the program.
So let's say if I had the accommodation support grant, which closed on the 30th of November, there's $11.2 million left, which is half the total value of the pot of money. And that closed in November. You'd expect about 20% to be fraudulent?
So it's this one. Yeah, so for the accommodation support program, so it's an example where we did see a very high level of attempted fraud on that program.
Mm-hmm.
So we had, just over 1,000 applications which were deemed attempted fraud that was prevented. That's about 20% of the total applications for that program. It's an example where the level of suspected fraud that was paid out sat much lower, so 0.8% for that program.
0.8% suspected fraud. Okay. Can you tell me? Okay, so it's 0.8%. Looking at the COVID-19 micro business grant, when did it close?
So applications for the micro grant closed on the 18th of October 2021.
18th of October?
For new applications, payments, so you may recall the micro grant payment program had an ongoing recurring payment element to it.
Yep.
Payments went through to the 30th of November.
Okay, but they closed on the 18th of October?
For new applications.
Yep, new applications. How many applications are still unprocessed?
So for micro grant program, if we exclude fraud, triage and those other categories, there's, to my knowledge, less than 1,000 customers where we're still working through some detail relating to their payment. For some of those, that might be relating to a specific recurring payment. For others, it might be relating to their initial eligibility. A significant portion of those are waiting on customers to evidence further documentation around their eligibility for the program.
So you're saying about 1,000?
So less than 1,000, the majority of which are waiting for the customer to demonstrate eligibility.
Okay. The advice that has been suggested to us is that figure's closer to 20,000, but you're confirming it's less than 1,000.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the total funding that was available for that scheme, please?
So I can tell you the total that we've paid. I'd need to take on notice the total allocation that Treasury made for the program.
Okay.
But the total amount paid for that program is $772 million.
Okay, thank you. Looking at JobSaver, how many applications remain unprocessed there, please?
So for JobSaver, I think we may have covered this in the morning session. So we have 2 applications that are incomplete, so we're waiting for the customer to provide additional information. There's 6 applications that are currently with us for manual assessment, and there's a further 42 where there's some element to be worked through, typically with the customer.
Okay, when did they close?
JobSaver closed on the 18th of October 2021, and in line with the micro grants, the payments went through to the 30th of November.
Okay. And can you tell me the total pot, again, you may wish to take it on notice, that how much money was allocated and how much money has been expended, please?
So the total now was $7.14 billion for JobSaver, and I'll take on notice the total allocation from Treasury.
Okay, thank you. Now I've seen letters from small business owners who've received debt recovery notices for amounts as high as $100,000. They're indicating that they've not committed fraud, but are now being issued with debt recovery notices with a 14-day period to return the funds. Can you tell me the process you go through to determine whether or not a small business has actually committed fraud?
So debt recovery doesn't have to be specifically relating to fraud. So in some cases, a customer's eligibility for the program will come into question. In some cases, for JobSaver particularly, customers have inadvertently provided incorrect information in their application, which resulted in a higher level of payment than they were eligible for. So, for example, instead of providing an amount that represented their payroll for a month, they may have provided it for a week, as an example. Revenue New South Wales takes the lead on recovery of those funds for New South Wales. So the questions around the specifics of their approach would be best directed to Revenue New South Wales.
Okay. So you would not be therefore aware of the number of debt recovery notices that have been issued to businesses?
I don't believe I have that information to hand.
Are you saying that because you're not involved, or because another agency is? Or?
We certainly do work very closely with Revenue New South Wales. Both organisations are very conscious of the customers that we're trying to impact, and very conscious of the impact that debt recovery can have on customers that have received funds incorrectly from government.
When you say incorrectly, how many of these errors are as a consequence of inappropriate or incorrect advice from your agency?
I don't quite understand the question.
How often is it the case that you're wrong in terms of the information you've provided to your customer?
So the assessment and payment of customers, the approach is tailored program by program. In some programs, there will be a greater level of verification of the information that customers have provided. In other programs, there'll be a lower level of verification. In all cases, there is a responsibility and a reliance on customers to provide accurate information in those applications.
Is there a responsibility for your agency to provide correct information to the customer when they're preparing their application?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Can you please take on notice, as per my earlier question, about the total number of debt recovery notices that have been issued to businesses, say in the last financial year, to date? And please also take on notice, I'd be interested, what's the largest debt in terms of monetary value that has been sought to be recovered?
Yeah, I'll take both as a notice. In terms of the largest debt, that will likely relate to the JobSaver program. It was targeted at larger businesses, and therefore the payments over time were of a greater magnitude than the other programs.
Okay.
We'll come back with the specifics.
Okay, well, that's all on that point. My colleague, Mr. Diadam, have you got any other matters at the moment?
I might take over from you, Mr. Price. Thank you. So at the last estimates hearing in October, you advised that there was 137,000 drivers awaiting a driver's test appointment. How many are currently still awaiting a driving test?
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Yadam. So it's very difficult to calculate the number of people who are awaiting a driver test just based on the way that system works. The number you're referring to...
Why is that? Mr. Rees, can you explain why? I mean, surely there's a booking process, there's a data set. You must have real-time data on that.
There are some limitations around the booking process. So booking slots are opened up, a certain number of weeks in advance. So it gives you a picture of demand, but I don't think it'd be fair for me to say that it gives you a accurate and full picture. The number you're referring to...
Well, it'd be the lower figure, wouldn't it? There'd be the figure that you would be able to assess from the bookings, would be a conservative estimate in terms of the total number of people waiting.
Yeah, so I
Isn't
think
that correct, Mr. Reist?
yeah, so I believe the figure you're referring to would be the number of estimated driver tests that we believe would have taken place through that period where we were unable to offer driver tests due to COVID safety. Driver testing, as everyone understands, is an incredibly important service for people and for communities. We appreciate that. So we've been working incredibly hard to rebook those tests. I think driver testing is often one of those sort of unsung parts of the front line. Our average wait time varies across service centres, but we believe on average that looks like approximately 25 days at the moment. All of those customers who had bookings with us that had to be cancelled due to COVID restrictions, they have all been contacted and had the opportunity to rebook and retake their tests. We have hired 40 new driver testers into the network. We have another 30 that are being hired at the moment. Our driver testers currently do what we call Super Saturdays, so they work an extra Saturday each month in about a dozen different locations across New South Wales. We're looking at whether we can bring that back to fortnightly or ideally weekly in some communities where there's greater demand.
So coming back to my original question, you're not in a position to provide a figure in terms of that backlog? I mean, you were able to make a reasonable assessment back in October of how many were waiting. Surely you know how many are no longer waiting.
Yeah,
You must be in a position to know what the backlog is, surely.
So I think the better way to, from a customer's perspective, what matters is how quickly they can access a test. So I think the truest reflection of the customer experience in this space is that average waiting time for a booking, which we believe...
That might be the case, Mr. Rees, but I mean, I'm seeking at some hard data here. You were able to provide it in October. Why is it that you can't provide that figure now, the updated figure?
Because I think we're talking about two different types of figures, Mr. D'Adam. So the figure we discussed in October, was a view of the volume of driver tests that would have taken place through that period where we had restrictions in place. Demand for driving tests moves around, and so we don't have an equivalent figure that we'd describe as a backlog now.
What's the average wait time? Did you say it was 25 days? Is that correct?
It can be. It is different community to community, but 25 days is our estimated average across the network at the moment.
What's the range? What's your highest wait time? What's your lowest wait time?
I'd need to take that on notice.
What about for motorcycle riders and their L tests? Can you hazard a guess in terms of how many of those are waiting currently for a booking?
I'd need to take that question on notice, Mr. D'Adam.
So, is it fair to say that you've cleared the testing backlog?
I think what would be fair to say is everybody who had previously booked a test that was cancelled due to COVID has had the opportunity to retake that test. We have added capacity, recognising that there is pent-up demand for testing. That average wait time for people to be able to book tests is coming down. We have a mechanism in place to expedite and prioritise any hardship-based requirements. We are opening an additional testing centre in St Mary's and putting an additional driver testing specific mobile service centre into the network. So we will move our capacity around based on where our customer demand and need is. The problem is, or the experience is getting better, but we're not satisfied with where it is. We'd like to keep reducing that wait time for customers.
So are you telling me you have no way of assessing what the actual demand for testing is? You can't make an estimate of what you need and whether you've got the capacity to meet that need at any one time?
We can make some...
Surely.
So we have forecasts and assumptions based on of driver testing demand. What I'm saying is it's not possible to get a specific and scientific number of the current backlog based on the dynamics of the way the booking system works and based on the way that driver testing obligations and demand fall on our customer base.
Well, how do you calculate your staffing then? How do you know how many additional driver testers to engage if you're not able to estimate the demand in any meaningful way?
So we
it seems
Mr. Diadam, can I finish?
Inexplicable.
If I could finish. So driver testing has been operating for a long time. We have mature ways of forecasting and assuming demand. What is different about last year is the pause on driver testing, and so it doesn't translate neatly into a crisp number that represents an accurate backlog. What is far more meaningful is to focus on the lead time that it takes for people to book that driver test, to focus on that at a community level, and to keep bringing our resources and applying our strategies to bring that lead time back down. That current average of 25 days, our goal is to bring that back to 10 days as quickly as possible for our customers.
What's the average wait time for a motorcyclist test?
I need to take that on notice.
Can you also provide on notice the range, the highest and lowest wait times in the system?
I will.
So I think you said you've hired 50 additional driver testers?
We've had 40 additional driver testers start. We have another 30 that we're hiring for on top of that. Those 40 bring us to about 300 driver testers in total across the network at the moment.
And when were they hired?
They've been hired progressively over the last 3-4 months.
And so what's your expectation in terms of the impact of that on the overall wait times? Well, once those 70 odd drivers are engaged, what do you expect the impact will be on wait times?
It's material, so each driver tester will get through a number of tests each day. So that's hundreds of extra tests of capacity.
You must have an estimate, Mr. Rees. Must have an estimate, surely, how... That's your key benchmark, isn't it? That's the metric that you're working towards in terms of reducing wait time. You must have a goal. What do you think is reasonable in terms of wait time, and how many driver testers will it take to get to that point?
So our goal is to enable customers to book driver tests within 2 weeks. That's the historical grade of service that we aim for in this space. We can see that the 40 driver testers that we brought on, the 30 more, add a certain amount of capacity. As I've said, that
14 days, are you saying?
That's the goal.
The goal is
14 business days or 14 calendar days?
I'll need to clarify whether it's 10 or 14 to your point. But as I said, the delays for obtaining a driver test look quite different from community to community. We have some communities where driver tests can be accessed quite quickly. We have other communities where that lead time can be longer, so we will keep redirecting our workforce to where that demand is required.
And so was that the key driver in terms of the locational decision for St Mary's?
It was.
And so what do you anticipate? So in terms of the service centres that will be, I suppose, alleviated by the bringing St Mary's on online, what will be the impact there in terms of the estimated wait time? Will it drop below that 14 days?
I don't think St Mary's on its own is going to get us there. We have a mobile driver testing centre that's going to focus on on Greater Sydney, including the Central Coast as well. Those Super Saturdays I mentioned are important levers that we have. We run them in over a dozen centres. I think if we can bring the frequency of those from monthly down to fortnightly, certainly in certain communities, I think it's the combination of these mechanisms that are going to enable us to reach grade of service across the state.
And you're not prepared to commit to a specific number in terms of reducing the wait time?
I honestly don't have it. I'm not trying to be unhelpful, Mr. Diadam. I think, we are, we do have forecasts for what normal demand looks like. We do have a view as to the degree to which we've done the catch-up on those tests that should have taken place or would have taken place last year. But there are a lot of variables that continue to move our demand, and the truest measure that we have really is that lead time for booking. It doesn't matter whether we had a big demand or a small demand, a big backlog or a small backlog. If a customer can, or it's down to can I access a booking in a reasonable time frame, and that's the ultimate measure that we work to.
How many extra terminals have been put on in terms of written tests? Have you supplemented the capacity in terms of the written test component?
Do you mean the driver knowledge testing?
The knowledge test, yeah, the terminals to conduct the driver knowledge test.
Yeah, I'm not aware. I'll take on notice. I'm not aware that we've put additional terminals in specifically. We're getting very, very high utilisation of our driver knowledge testing across the network, but at the moment, I believe that we are keeping up with demand overall there. What I would say is we have an ongoing program that refreshes service centres over time. So if a service centre is established in a given year, we will revisit that service centre at some point, and quite often as part of that exercise, we're adjusting the level of driver knowledge testing capability we have there. We're adjusting the level of digital kiosks that we have there, for example. So there's a continuous right sizing to adapt to community demand that is an ongoing part of our maintenance of the network.
Can I ask about those additional driver testers? Are they all full-time positions?
I'll need to take that on notice. We have part-time driver testers as well, so I'll confirm.
You've claimed 40, so is that 40 EFT or is that 40 people?
I'll confirm on notice.
And when will the additional 30 be all on board? When do you anticipate that to occur?
So we'd like them on board as quickly as we can get them. There is a rigorous process of testing and training and assessment before driver testers are able and allowed to test customers. That creates some lead time there. I would certainly hope that we would have those people on board with us over the coming months.
And can you, I think maybe you might have mentioned this, but the number of tests per additional driver tester, how many was that? Each driver tester can be expected to complete how many in a week?
Let me take that question on notice.
Okay. So perhaps on notice you might also provide us with the estimate of the additional weekly testing capacity. So how many additional tests do you think you're going to be able to undertake with the additional testers coming online? When's the St Mary's Centre going to be open?
We're aiming for July this year, both for the St Mary's Centre and that driver testing specific mobile service centre.
Start of July or end of July?
At this point, we're not that precise. We'll confirm closer to the time.
Right, I see. And how many jobs are being created by that facility?
So I would expect that St Mary's will be staffed by our overall driver testing workforce. So the 300 driver testers that we have now, the 30 additional driver testers we're getting, that workforce will work across that new centre.
Right. See, so some of the workforce for the new hub are coming from other centres, are they?
I suspect it will be a combination of our new hires and people reallocating from other centres.
Notice, can you provide the detail of how many staff you expect to be transferred to the St Mary's Centre and which centres they're coming from?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so the St Mary's jobs, they'll be a combination of full-time and part-time?
I would expect so. We manage driver testing as an overall workforce, and manage demand across the state. So you could imagine the resourcing for a particular site is very dynamic and changes based on the demands of communities.
Perhaps on notice you can provide the expected breakdown, full-time, part-time, of the staff and the classification for the new St Mary's testing hub.
Will do.
As of the start date. Thank you. I might. Well, actually, I've got one other question that I'd like to ask. Ms. Hogan, was there any? Did you undertake any pre-estimates preparation time? Like, was there an exercise of preparing for estimates?
We always prepare for estimates, yes.
What does that involve?
It involves making sure we've got all the briefing notes we think that we will need, and we each take time to read those briefing notes and prepare as best we can for what we think the committee might ask us.
And how many staff are involved in the preparation for estimates?
Well, everyone who's sitting around the table today would do their preparation, and there would be some support for each of the people sitting around the table in compiling and helping us prepare the notes.
Do you do rehearsals?
Oh, mate, this is getting a bit weird.
No. Well, maybe for some context, there was some previous estimates hearings in education where the comment was made that they rehearsed for 4 days. So that's where.
Oh, right.
So that is to help you understand where the line of question is coming from, and to quell the hysteria from Mr. Mum.
Getting a bit weird.
So we sometimes we will rehearse and we do what we think it takes to prepare appropriately to respect the committee's time.
Okay, thank you. I might pass on to my colleague now.
Okay, we may have more questions about this later, but I'd just like to briefly ask again about some aspects of the Excellion data breach.
Yep.
When did Transport discover about the Excellion attack?
Greg, do you have the dates there?
Yeah, just a second. So to answer the earlier question, Mr. Primrose, we were informed on the 21st of January 2021. Subsequently, Transport determined that the breach had occurred, I think, on Christmas Day, the year before, 25th of December 2020.
Do you know when Transport actually found out?
I'll take that on notice. I think also these were provided as supplementary questions last time too, but let me try and access those so we can go through that this afternoon as well.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, can you also find out when Health actually discovered the Excellion attack?
Yeah, look, I'll do my best to get that this afternoon, and if not, we'll provide that again on notice.
Okay. Well, let's go through a couple of others then.
Yeah,
okay. It's my understanding, having gone through that material, because I still don't know when they actually found out, but when did each of those agencies tell Cyber Security New South Wales about the attack?
So Transport, as I just mentioned, informed us on the 21st of January.
Yep.
And as I said, I'll confirm for Health this afternoon if I can, or provide that on notice.
Okay. So how long is your best estimate, was it, before when these agencies found out, before they advised Cyber Security New South Wales?
It was as quick as fast as possible. You would understand that, the time, one of the tradecraft of these breaches and these attacks is for people to hide their tracks. So, the organisations, taking advantage of that information, we're trying to hide their tracks. So, again, we'll get this information in terms of timeline, but that was provided, I think, in supplementary questions. We'll try and track that down right now. The Excellion FTA incident was as the Minister said this morning, was a global, a global breach that impacted thousands of organisations. It's a vulnerability that cyber criminals took advantage of. It's one that Cyber Security New South Wales, in our role across the across the sector took a role in coordinating a response to in close collaboration with police. In fact, that was why we established Strike Force Martin.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to understand is not that some nefarious body, if some nefarious person tried to, to break into my house, and I wasn't aware of it, okay, fair enough. But in this case, I'm trying to become aware of when I actually phoned the police or when I phoned the fire brigade. Sure. I mean, I would suspect that if there was a fire in my neighbour's place or my place, I'd phone the fire brigade quite quickly.
Yep.
So my questions don't relate to when it happened. It's when the agency found out about it and when they informed you guys.
Yeah, okay, we'll try and get that on notice if we can't get it this afternoon.
But you would agree that would be reasonably important if you found that you had been subject to a major attack, that you would let the agency that was responsible for responding to that know pretty pronto, wouldn't you?
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Okay. Were the New South Wales Police made aware?
As I said...
Sorry.
Yeah. Look, as I said, we work very closely with the Cybercrime Squad in New South Wales Police, and as I said, in this instance, Strike Force Martin was set up to coordinate the response to the Excellion breach, and in fact, all major cyber incidents are, I guess, responded to in a tripartite arrangement that maybe Ms. Hogan would like to speak to.
Yeah, so I chaired the crisis response at that time.
Yep.
So the Excellion breach was probably handled sort of two ways. So we get notified by, in this instance, the organisation that owns the Excellion software, if you like, that there's been a breach. So we all know to look for it. So we coordinate across the sector. Hey, we've been identified of a breach. Or a potential breach, please, for all of you that have this particular type of software, can you please check? And at the same time, agencies are running their own checks all the time and may come to us. So in that particular instance, it was two-way. As soon as we understood the potential gravity of it, and that there were more than one agency that was impacted, as you note there, Transport and Health, we convened a crisis committee, if you like, of sorts, a cyber crisis committee of sorts, which myself, the Resilience Commissioner, and at the time Deputy Commissioner Mel Lanyon from New South Wales Police chaired over the course that it needed to be managed as far as the cyber component of it went. And then in terms of any data that was taken and the way in which that needed to be processed, that was taken hold of by each agency independently.
Okay. When were the police made aware?
Oh, I'd have to come back to you with the date, but they were made aware that the Excellion...
Briefing note on this? Yeah, please, I'm happy to wait.
I do have a briefing note, but...
Okay.
We'll do and we'll find that, yeah.
We were just questioned about this last time, so I haven't brought the dates with me this time. I apologise. I'll get those for you. But to say the police would have been advised as soon as we were, as I mentioned before, we would have, as Cyber New South Wales, reached out to the police also as an agency to say there has been a breach. Do you have Excellion as part of your technology kit? So they would have been dealing with it operationally, and we would have also advised them of the potential breach, and then they would have been called to the crisis committee that I chair.
Okay.
So they knew as soon as practicable at the time of the incident. I just don't have the exact date for you.
As soon as practicable would be within a day?
Yes.
Yeah. Let us confirm. As we said, we provided all this last time, but we'll access that note.
So let's assume that, so it'd be correct to say that health would inform you as soon as they became aware. That's right?
That would be correct.
Okay, and transport, as soon as they became aware, would inform you?
That's correct.
And you would, within a day, inform the police?
Yes.
Okay. So you'd be able to confirm those dates? Okay,
yes,
appreciate
we'll come back
that.
to you on those.
If a department discovers a cyber attack, who exactly are they meant to report it to you guys or to the police?
So they report it up through their own mechanisms through their Chief Information Cybersecurity Officer, or their CISO as they're called, and they would also report it through to Cyber New South Wales. Not every cyber breach gets escalated to the police. It would depend on what the attack was like, what the potential ramifications of that attack were. So not every single incident would be appropriate to be referred to the police.
Okay, I really appreciate those dates and times.
No problem.
Thank you. Could you... What actually happened to this information? And I know there's the mysterious dark web. Was the information that was stolen, did it appear on the dark web?
We can confirm that the information was accessed by cyber criminals, yes.
So that's a yes. Okay.
So we can confirm it was breached, yeah.
Okay. Did Transport Police or your agency ever access the full data collection released on that web?
Look, as we explained before, Cybersecurity New South Wales's role is in a significant incident like this was to coordinate response, to work with police, to make sure all the protocols are in place for recovery, to start to think about the remediation effort, and that's a key role we play as well. But in terms of the actual response, from the data that was breached, again, this is information owned by Transport, owned by Health, owned by other agencies. So it's their response in terms of how they deal with that process, in terms of the notifications you talked about, etc. So that again, that'd be a question for Transport.
But how do you know what was stolen?
Well, there's a range of ways we can work that out, mostly via forensics and logs that we can look at in terms of the systems and information that those agencies have advised us that information was exfiltrated.
So did you look at those forensic and logs to see what information was stolen?
We were, as part of that response, working closely with those agencies.
But it's ultimately Transport's responsibility to have analysed those logs to see what was stolen and to deal with any data breaches or privacy breaches accordingly.
Okay. So I just want to get crystal clear then in terms of the timing of this, that I think you said Transport advised you on the 21st of January, and I think Health around January the 13th?
Let us confirm that.
Please. Okay. Then within a day or so, they advised you, and then within a day or so, you advised the New South Wales Police. That's correct.
So I think we're saying Transport advised us on the 21st, so not a day from then. That's when they advised us.
Okay.
We'll confirm when Health advised us. I think that's accurate, the 13th. And then, we can confirm the interaction with New South Wales Police. But as the Secretary said, that would have been very rapid.
Okay. Any other agencies involved in this whole process? State agencies, I'm happy with.
Yeah, look, let me take that on notice. The Excellion product was used across a number of government agencies, but I'm not. Let me confirm.
Okay.
To the extent that was an impact.
Thank you. Well, that's my question.
I should also, if that's okay, just confirm that the Excellion FTA product is not used across government any longer.
Okay. Thank you. I might hand over to Mr. D'Adam for any more questions, and then I might return to this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I might just ask, I'll start by asking about, I think it's Mr. Wells. What is the Essential 8?
Yeah, so thanks, Mr. D'Adam. So the Essential 8 is technical controls that agencies put in place to mitigate cybersecurity attacks. They're one of eight of 37 controls that the ACSC, the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, would speak about as being the things that should be put in place. Those Essential 8 are one component of the New South Wales cybersecurity policy. Okay, so there are 25 mandatory requirements that agencies all comply with, report against, and have been doing so for 3 years, this year the fourth. The Essential 8 are technical controls, which is really important because technical controls are one component of avoiding cybersecurity risks, but there are a number of others in terms of response and remediation. So Specifically, the Essential 8 go to things like patching applications, having backups, putting in place, technical safeguards that will protect systems.
What's the maturity level against is that the correct way to characterise it in terms of the application of the Essential 8, that there's various maturity levels, isn't there, Mr. Wells?
Yeah, so the Essential 8's maturity levels are tracked against 4 levels, 0 to 3. And you're right, there are, different agencies have different maturity levels against each of those. What is important and the way that the policy works is that agencies assess their risk, identify where they sit in terms of the risk they want to target against each of those controls, and that's what the cybersecurity reservation within the Digital Restart Fund is for, is to target risk levels and the maturity they want to build to.
Given that it's... Sorry, Mr. D'Adam, given that it's now 3:45, I will just stop proceedings for our afternoon break. So we'll now return at 4 o'clock, and you'll be able to pick up that line of questioning at 4 o'clock.
Chair, can I just ask a question?
Thank you.
You can.
Sorry. In previous committees, we have been able to dismiss particularly independents if they're not going to be asked a question today. Would you like everybody to remain, or are we able to ask the committee whether they would have any questions for Ms Tidd, Ms Gable or Ms Livingstone?
I would be looking towards the opposition to give me an indication as to whether they've got questions for...
I'm asking
or Ms...
a broad range of questions. So I'm just not too sure who may, and I'm not being funny about it. I just don't know
that's
who would
okay.
have the information. Sorry.
Yeah. Any other comments, Mr...
Perhaps well, I was going to say, given that we're on a break, we might give some consideration to that and come back after the break and advise if there's any witnesses that we can dismiss.
Okay.
Thank you.
No,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Thanks.
we won't be able to release anyone at this point just because the questions are varied, but Mr Primrose has indicated that there probably won't be a huge number of questions left to go.
Okay,
so we all might be able to get out early, which is lovely.
Thank you.
So I will throw to whoever. We'll maybe go back. Yeah, go back to you, Mr. Diadam. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I think we were talking about the maturity level, and Mr. Wells was. We had some questions around that. Mr. Wells, can you advise me of which agencies are at maturity level 1?
So you'd understand that we're not going to publicly report on maturity levels of agency cybersecurity maturity. We are.
Perhaps you might then just be able to indicate how many agencies are at maturity level 1.
Yeah, again, that's something, Mr. Adam, that we're not going to publicly report on. That's really consistent with advice we've had from the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, both in terms of number of incidents, maturity of organisations, and any of that sort of information, as you'd understand, is not something we'd want to be assisting people that would want to do us harm any assistance with.
Sure. Cybersecurity, the Auditor General's suggested that there's significant improvement that's required in terms of cybersecurity resilience. Do you think Cybersecurity New South Wales is doing an effective job?
Yeah, look, I am. Can I start by saying I'm very proud of what Cybersecurity New South Wales has achieved. I think it has and is building one of the strongest capabilities in cybersecurity across any New South Wales government agency and probably the region. I can genuinely say, Mr. Adam, that if it was not for agencies' resilience and the skills they've built up and the way that Cybersecurity New South Wales coordinates incidents, shares threat advice, conducts training, does vulnerability scanning across the sector, I can genuinely say there would have been a lot more incidents and a lot more impact to New South Wales customers. So I can. I reject that it's not being effective or whatever words you used. I think it's made a big impact. I think the other thing is no organisation, public, private, not-for-profit, can completely mitigate cyber risks. But it is a constant threat that is evolving and increasing all the time. So it is never set and forget. And Cybersecurity New South Wales and we in clusters are all aware of that. And we are constantly looking to mitigate the risks that keep emerging.
Is it correct that Mr. Goodwin advised the Upper House inquiry into cybersecurity that $240 million was being invested to improve culture amongst departments and to address the cybersecurity resilience question? Is that correct?
Yeah, so under the Digital Restart Fund, as I mentioned earlier, there is an allocation, a reservation that's been specifically targeted at cybersecurity uplift. In the first round of Digital Restart investment, $240 million was reserved for cybersecurity uplift across clusters. And that uplift, as I said before, targets technical controls, business controls, so agencies are ready to, are prepared, can respond and recover.
How long ago was that? Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah, sure. That was part of the $1.6 billion investment in 1920, and then a further $75 million has been allocated for small and independent agencies in the last round of Digital Restart Fund. So a total of $315 million is reserved for cybersecurity specifically.
And how much of that has been spent already?
That I can get you on notice if I don't have it in front of me. I'll come back on notice if I can't get that this afternoon.
What kind of projects does that money go to? Can you give us some detail about what that looks like?
Yeah, so we've talked about the Essential 8. So again, so each cluster assesses their maturity. They target technical controls, and we've talked about before, that's looking at patching, it's looking at user application hardening, configuring macros, doing backups, etc. But as you pointed out, it goes a lot further than technical maturity. Agencies need to have a response need to have practiced that plan. They need to report against all the elements in the policy. They need to conduct awareness training for staff. So there's a range of mitigations in those mandatory.
They sound like recurrent obligations, Mr. Wells.
Look, absolutely, this will be an ongoing part of running business and running government. What the Digital Restart Fund and the Cybersecurity Reservation within it has specifically done is target a faster uplift, if you like, a once-off uplift into this space.
Are you satisfied that you're on track to address the recommendations of the Auditor General?
Yeah.
Financial Audit of 2021?
So in terms of the Audit Office's recommendations, first of all, I'd just say we really do welcome that report. It looks specifically at our policy, and it's one, as I said, we've had in place for 3 years. So one we really wanted feedback on, and one that we've ourselves sought independent advice on to review that policy. We've just completed that work. So between the Audit Office recommendations and the independent review we've had of the policy, it's recommended some changes that we do think are going to strengthen the policy and strengthen our resilience. We are in the process of implementing a range of those recommendations this year, and this year's version of the report. They're things like reporting on target maturity levels, a little bit to your question earlier on, about clarifying some wordings, adopting the latest version of the Essential 8, because as you'd appreciate, the Essential 8 changes over time. So all of those components are in the process of being implemented for this year's policy. And then there are some bigger recommendations that we're planning for implementation from next year as well. So yes, we welcome the report. They're good recommendations and we're in the process of implementing them.
Mr. Diaz.
How would the action be taken? Sorry, Ms. Hogan. Sorry.
I just wanted to add that I think it's important to note that Cyber New South Wales is an agency that acts to provide advice and commonality across all clusters, but each cluster is responsible for driving its own cybersecurity within its own within its own remit. We do work in partnership on various issues, but we're not a regulator. The Cyber New South Wales has been set up to be, to provide that centre of excellence and to provide that advice as to what the standards could and should be, and to make sure the lessons are being learnt and the capability of the sector is being lifted all at the same time.
Does cases like the Excellion breach demonstrate that you failed in a number of cases? I mean, that was a cultural issue. The agencies in question were using an antiquated piece of software for an antiquated form of file transfer. There was clear vulnerabilities. Clearly, the cultural change that Security New South Wales has been responsible for driving hadn't permeated through to those agencies that were still using that product.
Do you want
to So I completely disagree. Actually, I think what you need to realise with cybersecurity is attacks will occur. Attacks will always occur. In the case of Excellion, a legacy piece of technology, yes, that did exist, yes, that's not in place now, but vulnerabilities emerge all the time. So our job is to make sure that we're doing everything we can to patch, to understand risk, and to uplift our maturity all the time. It certainly wasn't a cultural issue. I don't think the Excellion issue specifically. So no, I disagree with that.
It wasn't a product of rigorous systems not being in place.
No.
It was an antiquated piece of software, wasn't it?
It was certainly an older piece of software, and there have since been reiterations that are more modern. But the Excellion breach was a global issue. I don't think that, and it's an external piece of software that suffered a significant cyber attack, of which we were the victim. So, as Greg said, there's always going to be attacks, and there's always going to be new ways of attacking us.
And specifically, not just on legacy technologies. Vulnerabilities emerge in All software, all the time, big, small, legacy or otherwise.
So when notified, I think all the
Cybersecurity-
agencies took the right steps and the steps they needed to remove the Excellion product from government. And as Mr Wells said earlier, nobody's using that anymore.
Is Cybersecurity New South Wales a standalone agency? And does it, or is it just an organisational unit within customer service? What's the status of Cybersecurity New South Wales?
Yeah, from a structural perspective, it operates as its own department within Digital New South Wales, of which Greg is the chief, if you like, but it doesn't operate as an executive agency, no. But it has very clear responsibilities in the way that it acts as a central agency across the sector. And as I've specified at this committee before, Cyber New South Wales is also responsible for advising the broader DCS and holding us to account, the rest of my department to account for excellence as well.
It doesn't have any statutory basis. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes. Can you perhaps on notice provide the committee with a copy of the org chart for Cybersecurity New South Wales?
Sure, no problem.
And can I also ask about the total budget, the annual budget for Cybersecurity New South Wales, and details of its staffing establishment as well?
Certainly.
Is Digital New South Wales a separate agency as well?
As it operates across the cluster, Greg sits within the department, sits within the broader DCS core budget, but he runs Digital New South Wales as part of our central agency responsibilities. As I've mentioned, I have a number of direct reports who are responsible for service delivery, and I have two who are responsible for our central agency functions. Mr Wells is one and Mr Murphy is the other.
Okay. Can I, on notice, ask a similar question, i.e., can we have the organisation chart for Digital New South Wales?
Yep.
Its total annual budget, as well as its staffing establishment.
No problem.
Certainly.
You provide that on notice. I might just now briefly turn to Mr Dent. I wanted to ask about the status of the implementation of the McDougall review recommendations as they relate to CIRA. Perhaps you might be able to give us an update on where the implementation of those recommendations currently stand.
Certainly, and Mr Dadham, can I first apologise? You're behind me, but my microphone is in front of me, so I'm having this conversation with you behind my head.
I wasn't sure you were there, Mr Dent. And
I am, and unfortunately,
all day waiting your questions.
One might argue you've got the better view, but so in terms of the McDougall recommendations, the first, there were a number of recommendations directly addressed at CIRA, which we were able to undertake in relation to our own way of operating, which we have either in progress or have completed. More importantly, I think perhaps and please feel free to clarify, the key parts of the legislation, of the recommendations required legislation. There were a number of recommendations that require changes to be approved in relation to CIRA's powers and our broader legislative environment, and there were also a number that go to benefits as they relate to injured people. So those matters are currently in draft as a bill and will be brought to the Parliament at the government's desire, but very soon, I understand, it's imminent. So basically the remaining pieces of the McDougall requirements that required legislation are due to be legislated soon.
Okay, thank you. And can I also ask about the recommendations from the 2020 review of the workers' compensation legislation by the Law and Justice Committee? There was a recommendation 9 was specifically directed to CIRA. Can you perhaps outline where consideration is up to on that recommendation?
Yes, so essentially the process we're undergoing for McDougall essentially noted that recommendation 9, or in fact most of the recommendations of that 2020 review were overlapped by McDougall, so they're being considered in conjunction. That related to the use of the whole person impairment test and a range of others. Those are now in the process of consideration. What I will say about the benefits is the legislation being brought to Parliament almost imminently will deal with those which were largely uncontroversial when we consulted the range of stakeholders. There were a number of benefits that potentially had far more divergent views. For example, the use of the whole person impairment test and the definition of reasonable and necessary. Those are being considered now as part of a broader McDougall recommendation to essentially redraft the workers' compensation legislation in its entirety, recognising the incredible complexity that comes from 2 principal acts and 3 cognate acts. So there's a bigger piece of work in which some of those might be addressed, and the reason that they're not being addressed quickly is we feel they need far deeper consideration across the group of stakeholders. You'll appreciate that employee representatives and employer representatives and insurers all have very different views on some of those matters, and we're seeking to find the right path and understand one that will deliver the best benefits to injured people but also maintain the sustainability of the scheme.
And what's the sort of time frame for kind of considering and actioning that body of work?
So if you're referring to the sort of the more controversial amendments, which I suspect you are, that I don't have a timeline for that. I suspect not having had to redraft an entire system worth of legislation before, it won't be a quick exercise. If we were able to find some solutions in the near term that could in fact be legislated separately, we might make that recommendation to government to consider so that we can bring some forward. But at this stage, the program to start work on redrafting and looking at the broader suite of legislation as McDougall recommended, that will commence this year. We want to get the immediate recommendations through first, then we'll move to redrafting legislation more broadly. That could be a quick or quite slow and painful process depending on how stakeholder consultation goes. So to the point that there are a number of benefit-related issues, some of which it would be a shame to delay dramatically. If they were able to be brought forward, we would provide that advice. But some of them sort of start intertwining so deeply into the legislation it would be difficult to retrofit some of those changes without looking at the whole suite of legislation.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask about, am I correct in my understanding that you issued a letter of caution to the nominal insurer?
In relation to a specific issue?
In relation to its overall performance, I believe.
You would be correct if you're relating to a specific letter of caution in relation to a matter that related to payment of invoices. That's the most recent letter of caution that I can recall I've issued to the nominal insurer. I have, however, also in relation to the performance of the nominal insurer's financial position, which dipped below the iCare board target range. That triggered me writing to iCare asking for an explanation about what actions that they will be taking in order to address the financial performance of the nominal insurer. That wasn't a formal letter of caution, rather one triggered by them failing to meet the required ratios in their capital management plan.
I see. And when are they required to report on those?
So the initial response in relation to that letter about the capital management plan has been returned to CIRA by iCare. That happened before Christmas with a range of actions that they intend to take, including that the iCare board is considering a range of different investment strategies to attempt to address the long-term performance. iCare did remind me that the current insurance ratio doesn't provide an immediate issue in terms of their solvency or ability to meet their liabilities, but over the long term, it's not a sustainable position and they will need to look at the levers they have available to them. There are 4 that they tend to continue to refer to, one of which is investment returns. There is a strong reliance on investment returns. The other includes the improvement of their return to work and their general performance in claims management, which they have a long-term program of work on underway at the moment. There is some work on their reduction of expenditure, which they intend to continue looking at, although I think we've heard in this place that those numbers still aren't necessarily materialising as we might like to hope. And you'll forgive me that the 4th lever isn't immediately coming to my mind, but they have written back to me to provide assurance that they are working on a range of those things, and we have requested that they continue as part of our ongoing supervision to report on them. What I might also add, Mr. Diadam, if I can, is we have, through iCare, now engaged Promontory, a sort of external assurance agency, who are working with iCare on their claims management and nominal insurer improvement plan more broadly. I have access directly to Promontory on a quarterly basis to review the matters of concern with me and to get insight into iCare's performance. So we now have that, rather than direct engagement with iCare only, we also have an external assurance agency providing us information on their performance and the work or the effectiveness they see of the work underway.
And in relation to the PRW underpayments, where are we up to with that?
I let me just find my note. I believe we are close to having finished the investigation. As I understand, as very recently, the proactive payments are due to commence from March. Those payments will be commencing to workers now. You might remember there was a set of proactive payments agreed to around 53,000 workers, where they'll be eligible for payments of a total of $38 million. To date, a small pilot was conducted and a number of payments were being made, but that's in the thousands. So the full-scale program, or I understand iCare partnering with Service New South Wales to deliver those payments, that will commence in March and will run until the end of June 2022.
Right, okay. Thank you. That's, I might just pass now to Mr Primrose.
Thank you. I've just got two lots of final questions to ask. One relates to iVoting and the other one to smart cities, if I can. Maybe I'll address this directly to Mr Wells, but please, if anyone else wishes to come in, that's fine. In the last round of estimates, in relation to some questions from the Honourable Adam Searle, if I can read the Hansard, inter alia, it says, Mr Wells, we're currently working with the Electoral Commission on that business case. The total requested was $122 million, but we are working with the Electoral Commission on the assurance of that business case and critical recommendations that need to be addressed. Now, I think this morning, when I raised a similar question of the requested $122 million to improve cybersecurity, the answer I received was that they had been provided with only $4.8 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so if there's a discrepancy between the business case that we've reviewed for $22 million, not $122 million, and the Hansard from last estimates will get that corrected. But as I said this morning, the $22 million business case, yes, was submitted through the assurance process. What we have funded so far is a first tranche of funding for $4.88 million to enable the Electoral Commission to start their security uplift program.
Okay, so let's just get this crystal clear. Hansard was not correct. With due respect to Hansard, there were comments throughout about the difficulties of the audio.
Yeah, last estimate's audio was very difficult. So let me see what that is, and we'll correct that if that's the case.
So it's 22.
22 is the size of the business case we're reviewing.
Okay,
correct.
The first tranche is over what period of time?
I'll take the exact dates on notice, but my understanding is it covers essentially this calendar year. So a lot of that program will be implemented across this calendar year.
So calendar 22. What do you expect the first tranche will involve? And please feel free to take it on notice if you.
Yeah, look, and I'll provide what I can on notice. But as I said to Mr. Adam earlier, we're not going to go into specifics about the nature of the exact uplift. But the Electoral Commission has assessed their risk, target uplift opportunities, and that's what this business case will fund.
Okay. Is there any allocation in the forward estimates for a second tranche?
So that 22, the way that the Digital Restart Fund and the cybersecurity allocation within it works, is that $22 million has been reserved, so for the Electoral Commission to come back to. As we talked about last estimates, the assurance process looks at a business case and assesses and provides recommendations about where to make sure that program's going to be successful. And in many ways, that's why Restart is a good model. It lets you get on and start the work while you get in place controls and measures and all the assurance you need to make sure the bigger program is successful. So that $22 million is reserved currently, and we'll work with the Electoral Commission about subsequent tranches.
Now, the Electoral Commissioner, through the Electoral Matters Committee, a whole range of committees, and it's actually quoted by the Honourable Adam Searle last time, gave quite damning comments about the need for extensive reconfiguration and testing before iVoting reached a standard required to operate effectively and with integrity. Are you confident that this funding will provide that at the next round of state elections?
So what I can comment on, Mr. Primrose, is that 4.8 million is specifically for cybersecurity uplift. And as I mentioned earlier, we will work with the Electoral Commission quite closely this year on a range of dimensions. In terms of platform stability and scalability, we'll look at commercial negotiations with Cytel, the vendor that operates iVote. We will work with them closely on that. It is really important, though, to point out that the Electoral Commission does run that system, owns that system, has their own cyber security officer that administers that system. But we will do everything we can and work as closely as possible with the Electoral Commission this year from a range of dimensions on their technology. And then, as I said before, in the lead up to elections, we will agree, as we have done for the previous elections, the sort of support in terms of threat monitoring, response, and other services that Cybersecurity New South Wales can provide.
The Electoral Commissioner in March last year said that the lack of adequate investment in the cybersecurity of New South Wales electoral systems and personnel over time has meant that the Commission does not comply and cannot comply in the immediate future with the New South Wales public sector's mandatory cyber security policies. The Commission also does not meet the ASCS's Essential 8 standards for cyber security. Will it meet those at the forthcoming state poll?
So again, the investment that has now been approved, recently approved, will uplift cybersecurity maturity in line with the Electoral Commission's plan.
Okay. So, I mean, you don't get a second go at this, all right, at the next state election. I mean, if iVoting crashes and burns, as we constantly through Electoral Matters Committee and others are told, I'm going to be asking you some very serious questions. Okay. Can I ask then, in relation to smart cities and digital restart fund, which agency is charged with administering smart cities funding under the digital restart fund, please?
Planning and Environment administers that component, that reservation within digital restart.
Okay. Does the Minister for Customer Service give the approval for payments under smart cities?
More generally, under Restart, the process is very rigorous, right? So there's a very strict eligibility criteria against, not just smart places, but what the Digital Restart Fund is for. There's a very strict assessment of programs against that. Those eligibility criteria and assessment criteria are on both of the websites we talked about this morning. The process then by which those programs are approved goes through working groups that involve DPC, Treasury and Customer Service, proposed to a steering committee, again, which is co-chaired by Treasury and Customer Service, but has representatives from across government, and then is recommended to Cabinet for approval. Previously, that has been proposed to the Delivery and Performance Committee of Cabinet, and then on to ERC, and from this point they will be approved by ERC only.
Does the Minister sign off on it, recommend the approval?
Well, it goes to Cabinet for Cabinet decision.
Okay. Does the Minister submit it to Cabinet?
Generally, they are DCS Cabinet submissions.
Okay. So the Minister for Customer Service does give approval for payments under smart cities, or makes a recommendation?
They're our Cabinet submit. So the DCS administers the Digital Restart Fund, as we've talked about before. So they are DCS Cabinet submissions, but again, that's a decision that's made in those committees.
Mr Primrose, as I mentioned earlier, we have a delivery responsibility and a central agency responsibility. So when it comes to the Digital Restart Fund, DCS does make those submissions to Cabinet, but they do so on all of government's behalf.
Okay. Ms Hogan, did you recommend Park and Pay to the Minister for funding?
I don't make recommendations to the Minister. As Mr Wells just outlined, there is a rigorous process and the committee's recommendation, or the Steerco, Mr Wells might want to elaborate, would have made those recommendations as to the priorities of what would go into that intake. And Minister Dominello would have accepted those recommendations alongside many others that would have then gone to the Delivery and Performance Committee for ultimate sign-off by his colleagues.
So there's no one person senior person who would recommend?
No, it is collectively put together, coordinated by the committee. But DCS takes carriage for taking those submissions as recommended by that committee to Cabinet or the appropriate subcommittee of Cabinet.
So your signature wouldn't be on it?
My signature wouldn't be on. My signature would be on any execution of funds that came back to DCS as approved by DAPCO, but the submission itself would go up by DCS more broadly.
Okay.
If I could add, Mr. Primrose, what this has enabled is us to get a really good understanding of the pipeline across government, which we didn't have previous to Digital Restart. So it does help us get a better understanding across government of what the priorities are, and then to be able to make sure that we're spending the right things, spending money on the right things or the right priorities. So that's part of this prioritisation process, quite rigorous.
And I think one of the things we're looking at is who's actually making these recommendations.
Yeah, so I can clarify that again. The way it works is each cluster, every cluster across government will have their priorities. They are proposed in a pipeline of prioritisation to DCS, and we work with all clusters to line those projects up against the criteria of the fund, so for eligibility, and then for a range of dimensions from strategic alignment to feasibility, benefits for customers, etc. That prioritisation, so that the programs we fund are also, as set by the Expenditure Review Committee. So that prioritisation process is run over the course of 3 or 4 months, is done annually, and has been done twice to date. And again, is signed off by the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet.
Okay.
Which is chaired by the Treasurer.
Okay, so there's no one single final person who signs it?
No, it's signed off by the committee, ultimately.
Okay, so we need to find out who's on these various committees. What are any of these subject to a probity test?
That's obviously part of the procurement process for best practice for all of the programs that we're implementing.
So there's no separate.
No, so yeah, in a way, Restart is just another way to, to be honest, it's a way it's a methodology we've implemented to create agility in the funding methodology, to create better ways of collaborating across government agencies, because there hadn't been a source or a way to do that as effectively as this before. It's a way that we can target contemporary ways of working, and that we build digital products that are sustainable. So Digital Restart is more than just the allocation, but I would say that it operates in the framework of everything else across government that it did previously, whether that's procurement, guidelines, cybersecurity protections, and everything else that goes with that.
So would I be correct in saying that approval for payments under smart cities was treated no differently to any other submission?
Correct. It's it has some specific guidelines, as we talked about before, because it specifically targets collaboration with local government, and that is why the Smart Places Acceleration Program was reserved within Restart specifically for that purpose, in a similar way or in parallel to why we've reserved cybersecurity funding. But you're correct, it follows a similar process. It has an advisory committee, it goes to the steering committee, it's proposed to Cabinet, Cabinet makes those decisions.
So there was nothing unique about this process?
It's specifically for smart places, but other than that, it follows a very similar process that I've just explained.
Is there a Digital Restart Fund Customer Council?
There is a Customer Council within the department that is, again, chaired by the Department of Customer Service, but it's not specifically within the Digital Restart Fund, maybe.
Yeah, we do have a customer council across government, but it's quite separate and run by Mr Murphy than the Digital Restart Fund. We do sometimes give the customer council an update on programs that that are within the DRF, or programs that directly impact life journeys or customer experience, but they're run as two separate things.
Okay, could you please take on notice just who sits on that customer council?
Yeah, so there's a representative from each cluster. Do you want specific names?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And their titles. And is there a steering committee?
A steering committee of the customer council or Digital
the
Restart
Digital
Fund?
Restart Fund?
Yes, there is.
again, can please take on notice the same question.
Happy to do that.
And is there a Digital Restart Fund working group?
Yes, there is.
And again, could you please take the same? I'm interested in agency and name and position.
Yeah, happy to do that. I will just elaborate. These committees are co-chaired by Treasury and DCS and have DPC involvement. So really a whole-of-government approach to digital.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions. And Mr.
Diadam, do you have any further questions?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask one more thing in terms of the Digital Restart Fund. The Act is quite clear that the Minister approves and that the Secretary recommends. So it's your evidence that that process wasn't followed in relation to Park and Pay, Ms Hogan?
Sorry, I think the actual Digital Restart Act states that the Secretary recommends and the Minister ultimately discharges the funds, but the additional processes that we have put around that are as Mr Wells represents. So there is a number of rigorous processes that we use internally. Then DCS takes the submissions on behalf of all of government. I am the Secretary for DCS, so you could say that is my department that puts that up. And then it gets approved by DAPCO, and then Minister Dominello is he distributes the authorised letters for the funding from there, as it comes out of ERC. But he does not make the decisions on his own. The decisions are made by DAPCO, and we submit to DAPCO those submissions on behalf of all of government.
So I'm just going to put that question back to you again. In terms of Park and Pay, did the process follow the requirements of the Act, i.e. that you made the recommendation, accepting that there may have been these other ancillary processes around that recommendation, but ultimately you made the recommendation to the Minister to release the funds for Park and Pay from the Digital Restart Fund?
So once the steering committee had authorised the various things that should have been approved as part of the tranche, I'm not sure what the tranche number was that the Park and Pay fund was within, but it went up to the Delivery and Performance Committee. DCS submitted it to the Delivery and Performance Committee after it had been through this process. The Delivery and Performance Committee agreed with the prioritisation that was put forward and subsequently approved it. And then Minister Dominello, the process we have internally then is that Minister Dominello advises the successful agencies from there, and then the funding is distributed.
So the committee makes a recommendation, but the
public servant level steer committee
make the final recommendation.
Yes, so I make the final, on behalf of the Department of Customer Service and all of government, I put forward the paper with Greg's recommendation and all of the processes that we've described. I put that forward to what was the Delivery and Performance Committee for their consideration. Once I'm satisfied that it's gone through a rigorous process, and the committee makes the decision as to whether they will accept that. And Minister Dominello sat on that committee alongside many of his peers.
May I, Mr. Diadam, just... Yeah, I'm just not... please, just in terms of your questions, I'm just looking at the document here, who manages the fund on Digital New South Wales, and it says... under the Digital Restart Fund Act 2020, the Secretary of the Department of Customer Service is responsible for making recommendations to the Minister for what payment should be made from the fund. It also says, under the Digital Restart Fund Act 2020, the New South Wales Minister for Customer Service, Minister for Digital, is responsible for approving payments from the fund. Okay, that's what the legislation that was passed by the Parliament says.
Yes, but there are additional processes of rigour, as we've explained, to ensure that that is made. The Minister is part of that committee and was part of that committee, but it's made by ultimately the committee.
I'm happy for you to have all sorts of probity and other things around it. But you would agree that to abide by the legislation, the people who are actually responsible under the legislation are yourself for making the recommendation and the Minister for approving payments from the fund. That's what the legislation says.
That is what the legislation says in black and white, but as I've pointed out to the committee,
did you abide by the legislation or not?
I believe so.
Okay, good. Well, that's all we've been asking. Who is actually responsible for this? Whatever sort of flummery else is around it, and I've no problems or dramas about that. But in terms of who is responsible, you abided as per the Digital Restart Fund Act 2020. You made the recommendation, and the Minister is responsible for approving payments. Sorry, Mr. DeAdam, I just wanted to clarify that.
No, that's exactly where I wanted to get to, Mr. Primrose.
Okay.
All right.
I don't have any further questions,
No,
unless you do.
All right, so that I'm looking to the government if they want to have their 15 minutes of questions now.
It's all been
Chair,
covered.
we're very comfortable for the witnesses to be thanked and dismissed.
Chair, if it's helpful, I do have some quick responses to previous questions from Mr. Primrose and Mr. DeAdam, if you'd like me to provide them.
That'd be great.
Yes, that would be appreciated.
Okay, Mr. Primrose, you asked about children in foster care and their ability to access parent vouchers. So I'm advised a fix was put in last Friday, that should now resolve that issue, and carers of those children should be able to apply for parent grants. And Mr. DeAdam, you had a number of questions around driver testing. So for planning purposes, we operate on an assumption of 8 tests per driver tester per day. The targets I referred to of 2 weeks grade of service, so that's 10 business days is the target lead time for people to access a booking. The current performance I referred to of 25, that's currently 25 business days. And the 40 additional driver testers we've hired, that they all happen to be full-time, so that's 40 FTE equivalent.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes today's session, so thank you very much for your time. And you have taken several questions on notice, so the committee secretary will be in touch with details on how to get them back to us and when to get them back to us. So once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And safe travels home.
Yes, thank you.
See you on Friday.
See you.